teams there. And
I'm in Broncos. Well, yeah, I'm in Broncos country, and so I'm living against my, arch nemesis. Obviously, when you and I were growing up, the Broncos made an annual habit of breaking the Browns' hearts in the AFC Championship game. And then, in August 1st, I had just gotten married. I'd gotten married our Memorial Day, so May 26th that year. I had just bought a brand new house. I had just bought my wife a Dallas Cowboys metallic silver blue Mazda Miata, rear wheel drive, 2002. And we had just gotten a dog. And August 1st, I walk in and we've shut down operations. Now, the one thing I did, I was a little cagey back then. They were like, here's your 2 weeks. And I'm like, well, here's my contract. I had it in my contract the year before. The guy had he had said something weird that, so I put a clause in my contract. Hey, if you ever close up shop after the 4th of July, you owe me a year's salary. So I had that, and he honored that, which I give him credit for. He was mad, but he honored it. I didn't get all my sales commissions, but I did okay. So I had some breathing room, but then it's hard to get a gig. Did you get a job for that season? I did. So it was August, and my two choices were either Greenville, South Carolina, the Greenville Growlers. Remember that? Yeah. Well, no, back then it wasn't Growl. It was just Growl. The Growl. Like 7 R's or whatever. Okay. And then, which kind of shows you, I'll get to this in a second. And then Anchorage, Alaska. Well, the one thing I'll say, and certainly you and I are much more enlightened than we were when we were 15 years old. But I will say, as a Northeasterner, we do have a little, in terms of Alabama, Mississippi, if they were to somehow disappear off the planet, we wouldn't be devastated, right? Greenville, South Carolina, we just, going down south had some limited appeal for me. I've been there once. It just had some limited appeal. There's lovely people down there. But back then, I'm 24 or 5 or whatever it was, and I just was like, I don't know. I'd rather take my chances in Alaska. Number one, I'd been up there because Alaska was in our league. Yes. The West Coast Hockey League was in our league, along with the Idaho Steelheads and a whole bunch of teams out west, including the Bakersfield Condors, which is now obviously Edmonton's American League affiliate. Back then, they were in the West Coast Hockey League. So I knew there was a market up there. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to roll the dice and go to Alaska. So how did they not have a play-by-play guy in late August? Well, the Alaska guy quit to do auto racing. I just heard from him the other day. Fred Rannard was his name. He quit to do auto racing in Vancouver. He was a Canadian working in Alaska. The Greenville situation was very tempestuous. I don't even know what happened to their guy. But bottom line is they were out of business in a year. Yeah, so you made the smart decision. Made the smart decision to go up to Alaska. But here's the thing. Earlier that summer, that Aces team had been on eBay. Literally eBay. Come on. Selling it on eBay. True story. It was eBay. In fact, if you listen to my call of the 2006 Kelly Cup as Alaska finishes off the Gwinnett Gladiators, Alaska coached by Davis Payne, longtime NHL assistant, briefly the head coach of the St. Louis Blues, captained by Keith McCambridge, currently assistant coach of the Bakersfield Condors, as you know, obviously Edmonton's American Hockey League affiliate. But that team, as the seconds wound down, I said, from the depths of eBay and bankruptcy to the ECHL championship, Alaska rules the Kelly Cup. That was my call, something like that. But they were on eBay. So, it wasn't an easy decision. We had just gotten married, and now I'm moving to Alaska, and my wife, this is August, so she's starting school in 2 weeks. So now leaving is not an option. I couldn't do that. So we lived apart for a year. It was brutal. It was brutal. I missed her. It was awful. I'm going up to a, rando, Anchorage is a different animal. Moving to Edmonton was a lot less of a transition than moving up to Alaska. Oh, well, I would think so. Big transition. Yeah, I would think so. Well, you're an Alberta guy, but I'm just telling you, Alaska's a different world. It's different. I had a few buddies that I played hockey with who ended up on scholarships there. Yeah. And they liked it, but they just said, it's remote. Yeah, very remote. There's some isolation there. Now, I don't know whether your buddies played at University of Alaska Anchorage or University of Alaska Fairbanks. Anchorage. Because, as you know, University of Alaska Fairbanks, they were the school that hired Guy Godowski. Yes. Southside Athletic Club. And our colleague's, line mate, which we might have heard 7 million times. But bottom line is, there were some connections that would come into play later on. And I went up to Alaska, and you know what? We had solid ownership. I was able to sell the team and make a real good living at it. So, So you're the play-by-play guy, and you're doing I was Jason Gregor. Yeah. I was Jason Gregor. I did everything but merchandise, which I think is kind of close to your situation. I don't think you dabble too much into merchandise, but you do everything else. That's what I was doing. I was selling dasher boards. I was booking team travel. I was doing everything. Literally everything. So, I had all kinds of sponsorships, and that actually would work into my favor in a strange way when I interviewed for the Oiler job. So, it was. In what sense? Well, they were like, well, what are some of the unique sponsorships you had to sell? And I was like, well, we already had a locksmith, but we had a keys to the game sponsorship that was open. So we already had a locksmith, so I couldn't sell it to a locksmith. Everyone sells keys to the game to a locksmith, right? Yes. Well, so I sold it to a funeral parlor, keys to burying that night's opponent. Little modeling, but it worked. And so, that's exactly what Stu McDonald did. What you're doing right now, he burst out laughing. He's like, wow, that is amazing. He's like, what'd you get for it? It's like, I think it's $7,500. And when you're in the minors, that's what you're doing. Oh, you have to. Yeah. You're grinding. I had probably 85 sponsors. The average investment was probably $6,000 or $7,000. I would take $3,000 for a program ad, and dasher boards were, if you could get a dasher board sold, well, that was $8,500. That was among your bigger things. Every once in a while, you'd get a beer sponsor for $30,000, but most of your sponsorships were 10 and below. You were just grinding it out. You know what it's like, building a station and building your own brand from the ground up. It's hard work. And I was working a lot, but I was also making a respectable living. So after a while, I backed myself into a corner where going to the American League made no sense. I wasn't going to take an $80,000 pay cut just to say I'm in the American League.
There you go. That is the second segment. Jack Michaels in conversation with Jason Gregor from earlier on this summer. When we come back, we'll get to the third and final segment. Before getting to Sports 1440 update, it's the best of the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440, brought to you by.
This portions of this hour is brought to you by On the Rocks. Watch every Oilers game at On the Rocks for $5.25 Molson Canadian, $5 Pink Whitney shots, and 60-cent wings. Plus, play Oilers score and win for an On the Rocks gift card. Oilers hockey at On the Rocks. Book your table today at Jasper Ave and 118th.
Now, all sizes of premium roast coffee at McDonald's have a new low price starting at $1 plus tax for a small. It's great if you love great tasting coffee. $1 small premium roast coffee every single day. Must be McCafe. Plus tax at participating restaurants in Canada. Excludes delivery.
The Canada-wide clearance is on at GMC. Get a $7,500 cash credit on 2024 Sierra 1500 Crew Cab Elevation models. With Sierra's 13.4-inch diagonal premium GMC infotainment system with Google built-in compatibility, available off-road package with hill descent control, plus an available 3-liter Duramax diesel engine, you can take the road less traveled and try new things, like fishing or whitewater rafting. I should have gone fishing. Ask your GMC dealer for details.
At Leading Edge Physiotherapy, we believe in the wisdom of Patch Adams. Treat a disease, you win, you lose. Treat a person, I guarantee you'll win no matter what the outcome. We don't treat conditions, we treat people. From personalized treatment plans to compassionate care, we're committed to helping you achieve your goal. That's why hands-on techniques, unique technologies, and a commitment to hiring amazing people mixed with friendly, fun neighborhood environments. And ta-da! No, it's not magic. It's about being human. Sometimes being human hurts, but life shouldn't hurt. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
Vimy and Donnan Hockey are dedicated to skill development for all hockey players. If you are a student athlete interested in growing as both a person and a hockey player, visit vimyridge.epsb.ca or donnan.ca to register for a free shadow day. Beginner or an experienced player, these programs are designed to nurture and develop your skills in a positive and supportive environment. Vimy and Donnan help student athletes pursue their passion for hockey while achieving their academic goals. Register for a Vimy and Donnan Hockey Shadow Day today.
At Fountain Tire, success is a team effort. They're committed to their team members and their customers. And that means treating your vehicle like it's their own and finding solutions that suit your needs. Because whatever the road brings ahead, they're on it with you. Visit fountaintire.com today.
Wow, get ready for a silly hockey fans. Your partner in power just skated onto the ice.
EWEL.ca, the new e-commerce website for electrical wholesalers Edmonton, is ready for the power play 24/7, 365.
UL skates to where the puck will be in 5 years. Now that's forward thinking.
Killer selection, slamming products from the best brands, and legendary service.
Don't sit on the bench. Get your account today at EWEL.ca and win that project.
Plug into your partner in power. Get an EWEL.ca account today.
When interest rates are low, that's a good time to buy a vehicle. And 0% means it's a great time to buy. Right now, St. Albert Dodge can set you up with 0% financing on hundreds of vehicles. Virtually all new 2024 models. Jeep Compass, Wrangler, Grand Cherokee, and Wagoneer. 0%. Dodge Durango and Hornet. 0%. Ram 1500, 2500, and 3500 trucks, all as low as 0%. Why pay interest? Head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
You don't know what awaits you on the road to come, but with the 2025 XC90 from Volvo of Edmonton, you'll have the versatility to take on whatever life throws at you. The new XC90, a luxurious SUV with seating for up to 7, boasts newly upgraded body and wheel design. It's the perfect choice to drive into the coming year. And right now, you'll save $4,500 and lease from 1.49% on all in-stock 2025 XC90s. Volvo Cars Edmonton. VolvoCarsEdmonton.com, 1205 101 Street Southwest.
If you live or work in the country, you need your water well in top condition. Wash away any doubt with Caliber Drilling. Experts in residential and industrial water well services with over 20 years experience and a team of dedicated journeyman drillers, plumbers, and electrical technicians. Need a new water well or work done on your existing well? Keeping you well maintained and well serviced is their #1 priority. Financing is available. Visit caliberdrilling.com for a complete list of all drilling services or call 780-960-2992.
No matter where your potential customers live, no matter what they watch, read, or listen to, you need a marketing plan that connects with them. Let the marketing experts at Stingray Media Solutions create a turnkey advertising strategy for your business, including radio and TV and out-of-home advertising, social and search ads, plus the creative and production. Find out the most cost-effective ways to reach your target audience and grow your business. Get started now at stingraymediasolutions.com.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Cantork. We offer sale, rental, repair, and calibration hydraulic, battery-powered torque wrenches, and stud tensioners. Order today at cantork.com.
He took the midnight train going in. Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. He took the midnight train going in.
We are back on the best of the Jason Gregor Show.
Smell wine and cheap perfume. For a smile they can share the night. It goes on and on and on and on.
We are back on the best of the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440. Connor Halley, Kate the Great with you here from our studios in West Edmonton Mall. Of course, if you want any recommendations for some interviews you want to hear, text that in 1-833-401-1440. It is the eWell inbox, but we're going to keep it going here. Jack Michaels, voice of the Edmonton Oilers on Rogers Sportsnet, in conversation with Jason Gregor in one of our earlier editions of Who Is It Wednesday.
Jack Michaels joins us, of course, here on Who Is It Wednesday. We've talked about his career from Ithaca to the West Coast League to the East Coast. And so now you're applying for an NHL job, and you're replacing, a pretty big legend in Rod Phillips, right? Now, I don't know. Obviously, you're a hockey guy. You probably heard of Rod Phillips. Probably.
And I did recon. I mean, yeah. I knew that. I was like, wow, they've never hired for this position before. And that's really, I almost didn't apply. I mean, that's the biggest thing is I almost didn't apply. It happened to be the only job open that summer in the National Hockey League. And I was not going to apply. And I was literally on my way out for like a 2-week vacation with my family. And some weird, and much to the chagrin of many people who live here for a long, long time, I just on a whim, and my wife would tell you this is exactly how it happened. I did a U-turn, raced back to the thing, block printed Alan Watt on a manila envelope, chucked a DVD in there from the most recent Kelly Cup final, which happened to be Alaska against South Carolina, coached by, wait for it, Jared Bednar. So I sent that in with literally a business card. I'm not even sure I got to a cover letter on that one and tossed a resume in there and raced back. My wife is like, what are we doing? Cause we had 2 little kids. We still had to get to the airport, but I was the team travel guy, remember? So there was a post office, old school post office on the way to the airport. I just chucked it into the post office with a whole bunch of stamps slathered on it. So I knew I had enough because I didn't know what the Canada postage was. So I put like, $5 worth of, American postage on it to get it there. And then we got to the airport and the guy that, would always check me and the team in, I was like, I hate to do this to you, but here are the keys, like park the car anywhere. I got to catch a flight. We made our flight. And once you know it, 2 weeks later, the Oilers called me and said, hey, we were thinking about setting up a conference call with you. We'd like to talk to you about the job. And I said, great. Well, obviously you got my cell, so call me anytime. And then I didn't hear anything for like a week and a half, 2 weeks. So it's kind of late July. Then they call me and they're like, you know what? We're going to pass on the conference call. We're just going to fly you in. And so you can meet everyone and we can get a feel for what you're all about. I said, great. And, okay, we'll have the flight for you. This is 10 o'clock in the morning. We'll have the flight sent over to you. We'll see you tomorrow. Whole day goes by. Nothing. My son is 3 years old at like 4 o'clock in the morning. You've been there, wakes up. Yeah. He's upset. So I go in there and I'm all snuggled up with him. My phone buzzes at like 5:30 in the morning. So I think that's 7:30 or 8:30 Edmonton time. Yeah, my flight's leaving at 7:30 Alaska time. I got 2 hours to. I hadn't packed. I mean, I didn't have a flight, so why would I pack and get ready and put a suit in there? I didn't pack because they didn't get back to me. Now all of a sudden I'm leaving in 2 hours. Wake my wife up. Pack a bag for me. I'm getting in the shower. I got to go to the airport. So same thing. Luckily, the guy's there again. I'm like, all right, this is twice in 3 weeks. Sorry, here are the keys. Flipped them, park my car, basically. I'll be back in 2 days. So I go down and I meet, they had a committee. I don't know whether you heard this at the time, but they had, Brad McGregor was in there and Stu McDonald and Kalo. They had like different departments in the mix and, you met everyone. Steve Katzman, briefly the marketing guy, he was in the mix. So anyways, so I do the round of interviews and I remember Stu McDonald saying, oh, you didn't hurt yourself today, but good job or whatever. We'll be in touch. That's the kiss of death, right? Oh, nothing for like 2 weeks. So it's now my wife's, our annual trip to Hawaii with the kids. It's Jason, it's probably August 7th, August 8th. So I send one of those pitiful emails. Hey, I'm going to be in Hawaii like for the next week and a half. You got my cell just in case. Here it is. Hope to hear from you soon. Crickets. Nothing. So we're leaving Friday afternoon. That was sent Friday morning. Didn't hear from them. So I get on the plane and about 3 hours into the flight, we used to do this thing where my wife and I would sit in first class and the kids would be in 6, C and D. So people were in 6 were really happy while we were sitting in first class with our 2 little kids back there. And my wife was like, hey, you better pick it up. Like, get your bottom lip, like, squared away. Yeah. Stop acting like a baby. We're in Hawaii for 8 days. I'm not going to have you act like this. Like, cause I was sulking. I was drinking on the plane. I was, I just had a puss on. I was just like,
droopy drawers.
I was being a baby. So we get there and I'm like, you're right. We crash out, wake up the next morning. You know what? You're right. Let's, get the kids playing. Let's go have fun. And forget it. So we're down there having Mai Tais at 10 o'clock in the morning in Maui, having a great time. And I get a call from Edmonton. And Stu McDonald and Alan Water on the phone. Hey, we're gonna conference in a few people, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, if you're conferencing in a bunch of people to tell me I didn't get the job and I'm in Hawaii and you're trying to ruin my day, I'm really going to be upset.
Yeah.
And so they get like 3 or 4 more people on the thing. And now I put it on speaker because some people had kind of overheard my wife and I talking about her situation. And they're like, congratulations, you're the new voice of the Edmonton Oilers. And I bought everyone a round of drinks. So so it was perfect way to celebrate a big deal for me. That was a big moment for me.
Oh, yeah. You're going to the show.
Exactly. Just, and again, I don't know whether
Did you cry when you called your parents?
I called my mom and dad, and I gave them the old, remember when George gets the job with the Yankees and Seinfeld goes, Mantle, Harris, Ruth, Costanza. And I called and I said to my dad, I was like, Gretzky, Messier, Coffee, Michaels. He was, so it was a big moment. I was probably pretty choked up.
Oh God,
because I'm pretty tight with my dad, and that was a big moment. That was a great day. And you know what? 14 years later, I'm thrilled to be in the city. And you know what? Because, and I'm sure you feel the same way, and it probably encouraged you to stay here and build your brand. Is the great thing about our city is it makes you feel like the relatively insignificant part you have in everyone's life is worth something because people care about what you're saying and what you're covering.
Oh, yeah, they care.
You know what I mean? But like,
oh, no, I know exactly.
I think you'd probably agree with me that, what do we really do? We talk about sports, which is great, but
we're not men, we're kids.
You're right. It's truly that important, but everyone around us makes us feel important. I mean, so you feel like what you do matters.
Oh,
and that's what's so much fun about what you and I do is most people don't care what we do, but in this city, in this market, they do care, and it makes you feel good.
No, Edmonton, from a sports city perspective,
awesome.
I've always said it, in Canada, they rival anyone. Like Toronto's a bigger city.
Yeah.
Are they a better sports city?
Especially not sports city. Here's a perfect example. My buddy, hardcore Steeler fan. You might have even seen him walking around some of the press conferences, but he came up for my son's, he's the godfather to my son. Son graduated high school this year. Happened to coincide, as you may or may not remember, with Game 6 against Dallas.
I remember, yeah.
So everyone went. Hardcore Steeler fan, Legends Club, sees Frank, when Franco was alive, Stalwart, Swan, sees all the legends every day, biggest Steeler guy, everything else is not important. He got the bug so much, paid for 2 first-class round trips back to Edmonton for 3 and 4 and Game 6 of the final, and went to all the games
just because of the atmosphere.
Just because he was like, oh my God, that I've never seen anything like this. Is a Steeler fan. Multiple AFC championship games, Lions, home of the Lions, Super Bowl in Detroit, Jerome Bettis. I mean, he's seen it all. He's a Steeler fan. They have nothing but success. I went the other way.
Immaculate touchdown, dude.
Exactly. Had nothing but failure. And he's like, I've never seen anything like it. Loves it, And the other thing is he loves the fact that the city loves everyone around the Oilers and loves kind of talking to me after games, so you and I might want to duck out with, especially if you're with your wife, Tracy, sometimes you want to duck out. He's that guy who'd be like, hey, this is Jack. He does the Oiler games. And then all of a sudden you got 8 people taking selfies. It's nice though. He really enjoyed it. So there's average guy, big Steeler fan, got totally swept up, and that's what this city does.
Well, there's people in the market who aren't sports fans who come playoff time now.
Yeah.
They're sports fans, and all of a sudden, now they're instead of watching playoff games next year, they'll probably watch 10 or 15 regular season games, and then they'll be there. And this year, like the Moss Pit, there's so many people who can't get into the games because there's not enough tickets, and they're not Colombian and Argentinian thans, so they're not crawling through the air vents to get in. And and they're expensive, and so they get to watch the game with a huge amount of people it's kind of the same thing, and everyone's going nuts and throwing beers up in the air when they score. It's a great. And hey, I know the Elks are at the bottom right now, but you go to a Riverhawks game, people like Edmonton's a great sports city. Go to a Stingers game, like they really know what they're doing.
It's a great city. It's a city that really, it's a bigger city. I mean, my buddy was shocked. What do you mean 1.2 million metro? I'm like, yeah, it's a big city. He's like, God, it feels like a town, and it does. And that's what I love about it is it's still a town at the end of the day.
There's no pretension really.
There you go. Yeah. It's a big city, but it's got a town feel, the town that you grew up, the town that I grew up, it's still got that feel to it, still elements of it. And that's what, makes me feel so good when the team's rolling. I mean, you and I get to know the players. Of course, you end up rooting for them a little bit. But the biggest thing is you're just happy for the city because everyone just gets in a real positive vibe. It's awesome.
What, if I had to ask you in 14 years, what is your favorite call that you've had for an Oilers game?
I think the last minute of the Dallas game. Up until this year, I would have said the McDavid overtime winner that knocked out Calgary.
Okay.
I mean, that just meant so much to the province as a whole. It was just like a culmination of 30 years of waiting. But the last minute of that Dallas game in Edmonton, for them to see it, it was so, as you
game 6 against Florida was pretty damn loud too.
Absolutely.
But it's winning a series.
Game wasn't as close.
Yeah,
this went down. Dallas, as you remember, had a couple of late looks. It was just so exciting. And just the sound reverberating through your head. I mean, it literally hurts.
Oh, it's loud.
It's hurt and you and I are up on the 8th floor. It's so loud. And I wasn't there in 06, so I don't know whether, Northland's held it in better than this one. The one thing I will say is the acoustics seem great in there. It seems super loud.
Yeah, no, at the old rinks acoustics were better, but only because it wasn't as big facility, so everything bounced off. So you're in a smaller space.
Maybe
it's just as crazy. And like game 6 against the Carolina is still the one that I'm like
4-0.
Yeah, but it was like a half an hour before the game started.
I'm shaking.
The fans were going bananas because I still remember because I gotten my brother and my sister-in-law tickets. She's not a huge fan. But she afterwards was like, oh my God, that might have been one of the greatest experiences of my life. Like it's hard not to enjoy, especially when the team wins, right? A big game.
Yeah.
But there's the nervous energy and then there's the excitement and then there's more excitement, another goal. And it's like, it builds. And the great part about sports is it doesn't in the playoffs anyway. And I'd love to see it more like Europeans do a lot of things well. Keeping the momentum of a regular season game live is what they do really well.
Yeah.
And if you could take that and just be like, we come here because we're here to cheer.
Right.
And the score obviously is part of it, but the score doesn't dictate our fun. And sometimes in the regular season, it dictates people's energy.
I agree.
Yeah.
At times, I would say in a lot of the Canadian markets, it becomes an audience in the regular season. The one exception would be Montreal. I think Montreal has that energy throughout the regular season.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's a great atmosphere, but no one brings it like Edmonton in the playoffs. I really believe that. And you may be right. I don't have any means of comparison, in terms of volume in 06.
And it's hard. Like they were both, but game 6 was.
Yes. But I would say this, to go to the final, like that was the game that put Edmonton in the final. It was just a big step. And obviously the McDavid factor and just a lot of things like that was, to be honest with you, I would suggest, and Dallas had to feel it to some degree too, it almost felt like the league was pulling for Edmonton. A lot of people.
Well, the league wanted, get McDavid in, and your numbers league wide go up massively.
And the main guys that you and I watch on some other, like all the main guys, they know McDavid, right? Mm-hmm. No one's really talking about, it'd be nice if Tyler Seguin got in there for Dallas.
100%.
They know McDavid, right? They don't know a lot, but they know McDavid and some mainstream shows in the United States. It was just awesome to feel that collective and inside the building and the city, both before and after the game, just fabulous.
Now I have to ask you, why a Browns fan and not a Steelers fan?
I know. Well, I was that classic kid and we all had one in the group that had to be different, right? that wanted to prove that he wasn't a conformist, and so he just goes out there.
So you're like, I'm going to go the Browns because all my buddies are Steelers fans. God, in your life, that might be a decision where you're like, phew.
Well, yeah, it was a bad decision. It happened to coincide with a guy with similar flow to mine, arguably the worst MVP in the history of professional sports. Brian Sipe was the MVP the first year that I can remember. Like the first year that I can remember being a functional human being was 1980.
Okay.
And Brian Sipe happened to be the MVP of the NFL.
Yeah.
Now you're a hardcore NFL fan,
but I guarantee you 99% of people don't know that.
Correct. I mean, it would be like Brian Sipe was the MVP of the NFL. How was that even possible?
Yeah.
Well, he was. And that happened to be and they were the Cardiac Kids, and it was a great time, right?
Yeah.
They were good for the first time in a long time, and then that led.
I get it. Hey, man, I was a Hartford Oilers fan.
Oh, I can understand that.
Right?
Yeah.
Honestly, it was because I hated
great logo, great colors.
I hated the Habs, and I went to a French immersion school, and a lot of my buddies were Hab fans.
Yeah.
But it was green was my favorite color.
Yeah.
And their logo, I'm always stunned at how many people I didn't know the H was in the logo. And I'm like, what? That was what caught my eye right away. I'm like, it's still one of the greatest logos of all time in pro sports. And they were never that good. So It wasn't like I was cheering for a front runner on any stretch in that.
Now, when the Oilers came into the league and got good, were you an Oiler fan?
Oh, as a kid, yeah. Growing up on the phone, yeah. In Leduc and New Strepta, I was an Oiler fan. Glenn Anderson was my favorite.
Was your guy?
Yeah. Gretzky, Gretzky was so good. Obviously, you knew Gretzky, but I liked Anderson.
But were they at that point? Did they pass Hartford in terms of your rooting interest?
Well, I was Edmonton was probably my number one team, but Hartford was a team I watched all the time. Plus, you got to remember, I grew up in peasant vision.
How do you watch all the time?
Well, we had 4 channels, and one of them was French. So I got the Montreal Canadiens game on CBC French. So the reason I called was and back then you used to play the Adams Division 8 times, and it always seemed to be that Hartford. I was getting to watch Hartford.
Right.
I hated Montreal. So and plus on Hockey Night in Canada, I probably saw Hartford more than I saw Edmonton. You barely saw Edmonton in the 80s on Hockey Night in Canada.
Exactly.
It just wasn't how it was.
I saw Mike Palmatier every Saturday. That's how I got into hockey initially a little bit, is we actually, CBC Channel 10 out of London, Ontario, it was a little snowy, but we'd get the Leafs games. And I used to, nerd it up even back then. And they lost 23 in a row on Hockey Night in Canada. I kept the stats.
Yeah.
Mike Palmatier was a goalie. Rick Vive was their best player. So these were the John Brophy Leafs.
Oh, God.
And I think they got in the playoffs one year. If you look it up, 84 or 85, they got in the playoffs with, I believe, 21 wins.
Yeah,
out of 80,
21 teams.
They won.
Yeah.
Right, true.
Yeah.
But it's still shocking when you hear you won 21 games and you got in the playoffs. I mean, it's still. Oh, you're right. The math.
Now that might have been. It might have been 86. Wendell's first year.
Might have been.
Yeah.
I mean, it was mid 80s.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a little fuzzy.
They were. Yeah. It was a different time back then where you made the playoffs.
He just had the red face. That's all I remember.
Oh,
his white hair, red face, John Brophy.
Well, he coached my brother in Hampton Roads. Dude, I could tell.
Oh, ECHL. I had him as a coach too.
I could tell you so many John Brophy stories. It was
legend. He's in the ECHL Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Hall of Fame, could have been in a jail cell. Oh my God.
He was a beauty.
He was old school. I remember my brother.
So your brother played for the Hampton Roads Admirals.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And I remember him telling John Brophy goes, is 65. He goes, I think he was tougher than 98% of the guys on our team. He one punch on one of his own players just in practice. And Colin was just hey, this guy. Now he liked my brother, so he didn't have a problem with it. Now this is in the 90s, a different time. You're nowadays you imagine someone punching their own player. Are you kidding me?
That'd be an issue.
Yeah, it'd be a little bit different of an issue. So the EC, I always had a soft spot for the ECHL.
Yeah.
So it's great. Now I have one because everybody they always want to ask this. What do they need to do to get you to call Oiler games on TV? Oiler fans all want to know, how can they make that happen?
More regularly?
All of playoff games. Yes.
Oh, playoff.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's, as you know, those decisions are not made by the likes of you and me. Yeah. I mean, it's just.
Who do they need to write letters? Because we should say write letters to the head of sports.
Yeah, I don't think that'll make a difference. You know what? I appreciate all that support. I really do. But ultimately, I don't look at it, and I do mean this, I don't look at it as a step down
doing radio
when I go back to radio, because again, you and I have radio roots. It's always going to be.
You got to be more descriptive in radio. I find
you work a lot harder.
Yeah.
And, obviously, it's where I started in the business. Like, I don't look at it as any, and I find that radio listeners are just as passionate, if not more so, than TV, viewers. And sure, it gratifies ego and all that stuff, but I don't look at it as a demotion
doesn't change at all,
or my interest in the game.
No.
And the biggest thing, and the thing I love about what the Oilers have allowed me to do, is they've allowed me to do that. Because I'll tell you what, the one thing about being a TV guy that I think is brutal is those TV guys who then get shelved for the playoffs and just sit there while their team goes on a long playoff run.
Yeah.
I never have to do that.
Yeah.
And that's what's great about my job is I do kind of like seeing a season out.
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, I don't have the same invested as a player or a coach, but I still like, for me, it's covering the season.
Yeah.
And the season is complete this year at 107 games, not at 82.
Yeah, and when you're in your role, like, you're in the game,
yes.
right? Like, you're at every game, you're in the game, you're calling all the games, and then to just have it shut off as the games get more important, that would be a big hard pill.
And I think, even for someone like you're used to it now. But if you ever, for whatever reason, if you had a different scenario where all of a sudden you were on the road, or someone sponsored you and you're on the road for 41 and that was taken away, you'd feel it. You wouldn't like it.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you'd feel, this is weird. I'm not at a game.
100%.
You're used to it because it didn't, you have a different role and chose a different path. But yeah, I don't like.
Well, I remember talking to Kevin Quinn about it. He hated it.
I don't like missing a game. Ever.
100%.
Ever.
Yeah.
And I, knock on wood, I've been very fortunate that except for, a quick, bout of COVID where I wasn't legally allowed to do the game in Toronto back in the winter of 2022, I guess that was. That's the only game I've ever missed. And I hope that is something I can cling to moving forward.
There you go. That is the final segment of our conversation between Jason Gregor and Edmonton Oilers play-by-play voice Jack Michaels, one of our most requested from the entirety of the year in 2024. And a reminder, anyone you think we should try to reach out to for Who Is It Wednesday, you can let us know, 1-833-401-1440. When we come back, we'll hear a great debate between Jason Gregor and Eddie Steele from this summer, talking a little bit of Edmonton Elks quarterbacks. Right now, though, a Sports 1440 update brought to you by your Alberta GMC dealers. The Canada-wide clearance is on now at GMC. Get a $7,500 cash credit on a 2024 Sierra 1500 Crew Cab Elevation. See more at gmcoffers.ca. Here is Kate the Great.
This is the Sports 1440 update.
It's game day as the Edmonton Oilers host the Utah Hockey Club. Puck drop for that one is at 7 p.m. And earlier today in the NHL, the Capitals topped the Bruins 3-1. The Maple Leafs beat the Islanders 3-1 as well. And the Golden Knights are currently up 2-1 at the end of the second against the Canadiens. Elsewhere in the NHL, a playoff rematch between the Jets and the Avalanche. The Predators will face the Wild, and the Canucks take on the Flames. The 2025 World Junior Championship continues today with Canada and the USA facing off at the Canadian Tire Center. Puck drop is at 6 p.m. Mountain Time. And earlier today, Switzerland beats Kazakhstan 3-1. Finland is currently up 3-0 over Latvia here at the end of the game. And Sweden and Czechia square off to see who will top Group B. And in the association, the Pacers are currently up on the Bucks 96-90. And Celtics up on the Raptors 118-67. I'm Kay Gullickson, and that's your Sports 1440 update.
This is Sports 1440,
A Stingray radio station.
broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
You got a go-to coffee spot, a trusted barber, even a lucky game day jersey. But when it's about looking your absolute best, there's only one name you need. Mr. Dirk. Family run since 1939, we're experts in crafting impeccable tailor-made suits and offering a wide variety of everyday styles. Pair that with personalized one-on-one fittings and the convenience of on-site tailoring. Mr. Dirk elevates your style game. Visit our Edmonton store or explore MrDirk.com. Score big on style with Mr. Dirk.
A lot of things were going on in 1974. Happy Days premiered on television. The Rubik's Cube was invented. Halley and Foreman fought the rumble in the jungle.
And GS Construction started their first job. Yes, for 50 years, GS Construction has been building the infrastructure of Edmonton and surrounding areas. Think of the neighborhoods that weren't even built yet. Think of all the work that had to be done to get them built. Probably about 50 years. But for GS Construction, it's been time well spent. For more, visit gsconstruction.ca.
The Boxing Week blowout is back at the Brick. Shop their extraordinary deals like 60% off sofas when you buy the matching Love Seater chair. Save up to $2,500 off big screen TVs, up to 25% off bedroom and dining room furniture, and up to 50% off mattresses. Plus, buy more, save more. Up to an extra $300 off kitchen appliances. Some exclusions apply. See thebrick.com for details. The Brick. Saving you more.
Island Ice Sports and Entertainment is an innovative market leader across Western Canada. With sports and entertainment properties including the Spruce Grove Saints, the Junior Prospects Hockey League, Silent Rides Charter Company, the Hockey Super League, and the newly launched Female Super League. Silent Ice also owns the Western Hockey League Seattle Thunderbirds and operates the Morinville AAA Arena. The Silent Ice Center, a new state-of-the-art entertainment facility, is open in Nisku, which features 2 sheets of ice, including a 1,600-seat arena and a restaurant with a viewing area.
Hockey is back, and Play Alberta, Alberta's #1 sportsbook and official partner of the Edmonton Oilers, has you covered with bigger offers, boosted odds, live betting, player props, and more. New to Play Alberta, new players now receive $200 in free bets just for signing up. You already play? Get a $10 free bet for every $100 you bet every week all season long. Visit playalberta.ca and make your picks today. Bonus terms and conditions apply.
3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. Let's rock. Edmonton's biggest New Year's Eve party is at On the Rocks.
Featuring Edmonton's #1 party band, the Barkels.
The Barkels. Get ready to dance the night away as we ring in 2025 in style at OTR.
Tickets include a 3-course meal, party favors, and bubbly at midnight.
This party sells out every year.
Oh, and if you don't have anyone to kiss at midnight, Marco is always available.
OTR's New Year's Eve party.
Tickets at ontherockyeg.com.
When things get heavy, get ratchet. Right here in Wetaskiwin.
Clear those snowy driveways with a Milwaukee startup kit, including leaf blower, M18 battery, and charger for just $325.99. Need a gift for the guy in your life? Check out all the Milwaukee products in store. Find heavy-duty truck and trailer parts, automotive parts, and much more.
When things get heavy, get ratchet. See Ratchet Parts, located on Wetaskiwin's famous Auto Mile.
Been there? Scrap that. Metal Neck Salvage.
With public scrapyard locations in Camrose and Drayton Valley, they'll even come to you. Metal Necks has the trailers and equipment to haul anything away, and not just the good stuff. They'll take it all and pay you more. Their crew also tackles farm, oil field, and industrial site cleanups. Book now for winter. Plus, demolition and roll-off bin services. Details at metalnecks.ca and on Facebook.
Taking care of their customers one piece at a time. Metal Neck Salvage.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Culligan for all your residential water needs. Your local water treatment company. More than just big bottles. Culligan.com.
And I ain't got nothing to say. I come home in the morning. I go to bed feeling just the same way. I ain't nothing but tired.
From puck drop to kickoff, it's the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
We can't start a fire without a spark. This comes for life.
Welcome back to the best of the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440. Connor Halley, Kate the Great with you here. So we're taking a look back at some of our favorite interviews from the 2024 calendar and some real good ones still to come. If you do have one you want to hear, please let us know. 1-833-401-1440. We might be able to squeeze it in later on in this show. We'll be hearing from Nate Ebner, a 3-time Super Bowl champion, Hall of Fame GM Ken Holland, also Tre Ford. But right now, we're going to get to one of our favorite debates from the season. Eddie Steele, former CFLer, member of the Green and Gold, versus Jason Gregor. It was a quarterback debate, Tre Ford versus McLeod Bethel Thompson. If you're a regular listener to this show, I'm sure you love it. I'm sure you've heard it. Let's get back to it right now.
Well, Eddie, very simple question, man. Why do you feel Bethel Thompson gives you a better chance to win than Ford?
My why would be this: stability, Jason.
consistency, and you need someone back there at the quarterback position to essentially be a point guard. And McLeod Bethel-Thompson is a better distributor of the football at this point in time. You look at this Winnipeg game, there was zero production on offense, and you had Winnipeg dead to rights, man. It was 3-0 at half, and if Edmonton could have even created 7 points, a touchdown, or a couple of field goals, the defense would have played even harder, and it would have been that much more challenging for Winnipeg to be in that game. 3-0 going into half, 10-10 going into the fourth quarter with essentially zero production at the quarterback position. You got to be better than that, man. That game should have been Edmonton's game to win. Of course, it gets away from them at the end, but without quarterback play, Edmonton hung in that game. You need more from the position.
So a young quarterback has one game where he struggles, and he's 10 for 17. Right? And 2 of the picks, one we all agree isn't his fault. He threw it right in the receiver's hand, goes off his hands, deflected it to the quarterback. To the DB. I don't blame the quarterback for that. So you have a young quarterback, and boom, you yank him. And you go to a veteran who's 36, and when he starts, the team is 3-8. So Ford completes more passes all season long at a higher percentage rate, 71-67. Ford's completion yards per completion is 2 yards more than Bethel-Thompson. So when you say that you get more production, have you though? Where is this more production coming? It's coming against Saskatchewan.
I didn't say production. I said you get stability. You shouldn't be hoping and holding your breath for first down. Your best passing play shouldn't come on a flea flicker, and that's your best offensive passing play. Yes, that's a trick play, but that's literally the best they had as a passing play. And that's been the case not just this year, but last year with Tre Ford. You're hoping for completions where with McLeod Bethel-Thompson, you got a guy who's going to go, 15 yards over the middle, 20-yard post, hit a deep ball, go back to a 10-yard slant. You get that way more consistently than Tre Ford. And you talk about the stats with Tre. The games that in the records, what they were, McLeod Bethel has 3 wins on the year, whatever that was. They lost 4 games this year early by a field goal. Tre Ford has just played his 5th game this year, Jason. He had played in 4 games and just played his 5th. He has 600 yards passing, 6 touchdowns, 3 picks, 92 rushing yards. Let's look at Jarius Jackson's offense. Tre Ford, again, just played in his 5th game only. Right now, the Elks have the best offense with points for at 28. The next best offense is 25. They have the second most total yards behind Hamilton. They have the most first downs. They have the most rushing yards. So they have a great offense with or without Tre. Tre's only played in 5 games.
Well, let's be real. He's played in 3 games, man. You can't tell the game when he took 1 series in Ottawa. And remember,
I just looked up his numbers and the consistent games where he was passing. He just played his 5th.
Yeah.
And
well, yeah.
There's a little to be desired at the
he's really
position.
Played 3. Like he's started 3 games. I don't include the game in Ottawa where he came in for 1 series. Right. I don't include that game at all.
So Tre will give you these Michael Jordan plays, the superstar plays, throwing it across his body, stuff that McLeod Bethel-Thompson can't do. But I don't need those one-off plays, man. I need my quarterback to be back there slinging it around as a point guard. And McLeod Bethel-Thompson has done that his career and has proven to be better at doing that so far in this season.
But so why is he averaging fewer yards per catch then? You say he doesn't throw downfield.
It's not a matter of yards per catch. It's a matter of distributing the football. And he is a better distributor of the football.
What does that mean? Distributing it where, though?
Getting the ball to your playmakers. It's not all about who's getting more yards passing. It's about who is able to distribute the football, who's able to keep the offense on the field. I'm telling you this as a defensive player who played a decade in the CFL. I would be licking my chops having to play Tre Ford because he's going to beat me with the run here or there, but he's not going to beat me with his arm. I'm scared of a quarterback who's going to beat me with his arm in the CFL. And then when I'm on the sideline of that team, say he's my quarterback, the worst thing you can hear, Jason, when you're on the sideline and you just came off the field as a defensive player is punt alert, because you're going 2-0 or you're not holding the ball consistently for drives. They were able to do that with a good run game. But you got to compliment the run game, man. With the game that they just had against Winnipeg, in the way that their O-line dominated, you got to be better at the quarterback position. I'm not even talking turnovers. You got to distribute the ball and even just get a little bit of offensive points generated, because that game would have been over. That game would have been over if they could have generated points.
Eddie Steele joins. So, but when Bethel Thompson came in, it was 17-10. And what did he do in his series? He completed 50% of his passes.
The game was over. The game was done, man. All the air was out of the play. Cat was out of the bag. Went straight through that interception. That was it. Everybody was deflated. That was when he threw that interception. And here's another thing, too. Jarius Jackson, one thing that McLeod Bethel Thompson gives you, again, is a veteran who knows defenses. Jarius said Tre was confused. Look, there's only so much you can do in the CFL. You can blitz, you can play man or zone defense. I've been there. There's only so much you can do to disguise it. So
how do you get better, though, as a quarterback? Don't you have to see that to get better? Don't you have to go through?
You have to see it, but is now the time when playoff points are on the line to do that?
Yes.
Is now the time? Does Larry Thompson want to waste time when he's fighting for a playoff position?
Eddie, what's a realistic goal for the Elks to make the playoffs? They've got to go 4-0 to make the playoffs.
They're not worried about next year. We're in this now, though. We're playing for playoffs right now.
So that's where we'll strongly disagree. This is the problem. The organization has had
this year. You want to flush this year? And
no, because I don't think that McLeod Bethel Thompson, clearly based on every statistic, because you talked earlier about how, you know what, you need a QB who's really going to move the ball. In 3 of those wins against Hamilton, Saskatchewan and Calgary, who aren't close to the defense of Winnipeg, aren't close. We'd all agree with that. He averaged 216 passing yards. That's it. He wasn't going down the field crushing them. He had 216 passing yards. He had 200. The most he had in one game was 240. Right? They had the one game where, the oddity of 486, where he got that weird extra yards on a fumble, whatever. They gave him like 80 extra passing yards. He had a good game. I'll give Bethel Thompson credit. He had a really good game that game. But the other games, it wasn't like the quarterback play was out of the charts. I look and say the numbers all back up. Ford might not look as traditional as people want, but Bethel Thompson isn't the answer to this team moving forward. There's no chance he is. So
but we're talking about this year, man.
Well,
we're not talking about moving forward.
Okay, well, if I'm Larry Thompson and my GM and my coach are going to look and say, we're valuing 4 games where we have to win all of them, which the odds are pretty low when we've only won 13 of our last 50 games. Now we're going to go in with this Cinderella low odd chance to make the playoffs. And that's our focus more. So now we're going to show our young quarterback no respect. We're going to show him no loyalty, despite showing for the last 2 years, every other quarterback in the organization got loyalty. They got chances to lose games and lose games and lose games, but you lose one game and now you're out.
There is no loyalty. If there's loyalty, I want to hear what Vernon Adams has to say about loyalty. There ain't no loyalty in pro football, man. It's about winning, Jason. Loyalty to who? Tre Ford? If Tre Ford walks, okay, let's talk about this, because me and Mr. Kevin Carius of the Kevin Carius Show, we've done this exercise. If he walks, Jason, there's maybe 4 jobs available with the Vernon Adams going to hit market. And if you're a GM who knows asset management, this guy, both times, 2 seasons in a row that he's had his opportunity to have the starting position, he's been hurt. So, it's not all roses, man. Sure, there is potential, but he hasn't proven much. He really hasn't.
Because you're not giving him any chance. The minute he has one bad game, you throw him to the sidelines. He didn't play bad against BC. He played great. The Elks were terrible. They're 0-7. Tre Ford comes back in, lights it up in the Hamilton game. And by the way, if we're talking about wanting to pull the quarterback earlier, the same coach who stuck with Bethel Thompson when they're 0-6, their offense is doing nothing, Eddie, against Hamilton at halftime. You're right in the game. He didn't pull him in. A veteran quarterback. Why? Oh, because this guy has shown that they have a different standard for Tre Ford than they do every other quarterback in the organization.
I'm glad you keep bringing the 0-7 record up. Must I remind you, they have the number 1 offense in the CFL thus far, Jason. This is the best offense. So with bad quarterback play from both quarterbacks, man. So forget the 0-7. It's not the offense's fault, man. Go look up the stats. You love it.
Go look up Bethel Thompson's numbers. You just talked about the reason. You just talked about the Winnipeg game was a lost opportunity. How can you then say that the Hamilton game wasn't? McLeod Bethel Thompson sucked in that first half. What do you have? 70 passing yards against Hamilton. And then they still stuck with him. They didn't bring in Tre Ford till the final 10 minutes. What did Tre Ford do? Scored 3 touchdowns on 3 drives.
So can I ask you this then? So let's forget Eddie Steele and Jason Gregor, and let's talk about Jarius Jackson.
Yeah.
Because Jarius Jackson, people are going to say he's a disciple of Chris Jones.
I would agree.
Because
based on
you would
actions.
agree, but he certainly is not Chris Jones because he played the position. He played at Notre Dame. He played 3 years in the NFL, 9 in the CFL. He won Grey Cups, 3 as a player. He coached Mike Riley. So he knows the position. He's not just not playing him because he's not playing. These guys' jobs are on the line. Do you not think the guy who played quarterback and knows quarterbacks isn't going to give himself and his team the best opportunity to win internally? Do you not think that out of a quarterback?
Well, I'll use this example for you, Eddie. Doug Peterson was considered an offensive guru in Philadelphia. He goes to Jacksonville, and everybody talks about how the worst play calling in the league, and nothing changes. So whatever a guy did and what their pedigree doesn't guarantee success, and it doesn't guarantee that they're making the right decision.
But I don't remember Doug Peterson playing unless he played and it was before my time. I'm talking a guy who played and a guy who knows. I'm not saying all players know how to coach. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying the quarterback position is a different position, man. It's a different beast. And you would think a guy who's played it at literally the highest levels across the board would know what good quarterbacking entails.
Well, history will tell us there's lots of coaches that don't, just because you're a great player doesn't necessarily mean you're a good coach.
I know. That's not what I'm saying, though.
Yeah.
But jobs are on the line. Jobs are on the line. These guys are all
so if I'm telling you, if I'm
trying to win.
Yeah, if I'm Larry Thompson, I'm like, let's look at a big picture for success. Right now, the Elks have a narrow-minded viewpoint from a losing organization with no plan for the future. I think it's clear to say they're only caring about the playoffs right now. So you just said that Bethel Thompson isn't the answer moving forward. We agree.
No, absolutely
so
not. No.
At the most important time of the year where there's an opportunity, these next 4 weeks is an opportunity to get Tre Ford as many snaps, let him understand, let him learn from some mistakes, read defenses better, get more comfortable so he can come into camp next year and be your guy. Instead, they're going to go to Winnipeg, who, by the way, is the best defense in the league, the team that has been to 4 consecutive Grey Cups. 4 consecutive Grey Cups. So what if Bethel Thompson goes in there and loses? What did you gain? That's my question.
No, you didn't gain anything, but because it's one more game, one more loss, right? But as of now, Jason, we're in a playoff fight. So, like, you can't just throw everything to the wind.
I think it's a misleading. I think you're fooling yourself if you think it's like a real fight, though. That's what I'm saying.
Man, you're all about the numbers, man. Men lie, women lie, numbers don't lie. I'm looking at
the numbers don't lie.
Playoff fight.
They're 3 points back with 4 games to go, man.
You're telling me a guy who played that with 4 games left, I'm not going to be thinking I'm in the playoffs and in a fight. I played the game, Jason. You're telling me that it's a write-off? Man, good luck telling the locker room that.
Well, I don't so you're telling me then the locker room fully believes that Bethel Thompson gives them a better chance to win. You know that?
Certainly, I do not know that, but I can tell by looking at the receiving core when everybody's eating, they're enjoying it. And everybody doesn't eat when Tre is at the helm.
What do you mean? Geno Lewis's numbers were infinitely better with Tre Ford. That's when they started. They didn't go look at the first 7 weeks. Go look at Geno Lewis. It's not, hey, just go look at the numbers in the first 7 weeks and tell me how Geno Lewis was happy when they were 0-7 and go look at how many catches.
I just want to ask you this honestly. Just honestly.
Yeah.
You're telling me that Tre Ford plays the quarterback position better than McLeod Bethel Thompson as a passer, not a runner, a passer.
Well, then
we're talking about passing.
Okay, but then if I look at Bethel Thompson's career numbers,
isn't the answer though? Is it okay? Yes or no?
Yes. For a
Tre is a better passer.
Bethel Thompson, go look at his touchdown to interception ratio. It's terrible for a veteran quarterback.
6 touchdowns and 3 picks.
He has how many touchdowns?
6 touchdowns and 3 picks for Tre Ford.
Yeah. As a young rookie quarterback. Now go look at Bethel Thompson's numbers as a veteran quarterback in his career.
The Elks have they're 7th in passing yards, the Elks are, but they're 2nd in passing touchdowns with 25. Tre has 6.
Yeah,
the rest are McLeod.
Dude, he started 3 games. And one of them in BC, he was 6 for 6 for 96 yards, a touchdown, and got injured.
He's only started 3 games, but thus far they have the best offense in the league by team stats.
Yeah.
So,
well, great, but
they
passing
haven't played a whole lot, but they have the best offense in the league right now, man.
Passing yards, Eddie, when you're trailing in games, I think are
They're
called
seventh
what?
in passing yards, though. They're like last in passing
I know,
yards
okay.
with the best offense.
Okay, but go look then at what their running yards were until Tre Ford came in. They never ran the ball.
Tre Ford, if you're saying started in week 8, they didn't accumulate 1 million rushing yards after week 8. All of a sudden to be number one in the league.
Yes, I will tell you.
You can't accumulate that much. So the whole first 8 weeks of the league, man, is nothing. You can't accumulate double everybody in 8 games. Well, that's just not right.
Well, Eddie, I don't make up the stats. They're right there. Okay, I'll give you the stats. Well, no, you're not looking at them because you're trying to tell me it's not true. The stats are right there. Brown had no running yard. They were averaging 32 rushing yards.
So you're telling me Leak didn't go for that 300 or 3 touchdown game, 200 yards early in the season?
Not his 200 rushing yard game when they won? Did they win the game when he had 200 rushing yards?
I'm not talking about winning. I'm talking about team stats and how they had a rushing game still early in the year. You're saying they didn't have rushing at all until week 8. I will get you the exact rushing yards for the Elks in the commercial break, and then I will announce it. So here's one last one for you. So you are more comfortable as a losing organization with a low percentage chance. I get the players' mentality. I don't expect the players to quit, but you're the organization. You need to have a vision, and right now I don't think they have any vision. And if I'm the owner, that's what concerns me. That is true. Hey, I'll say it again for the 3rd time. MBT is not the future. He's not.
Yeah.
He's not. But I'm not thinking right now of the future. I'm thinking of a 3 points out of a playoff contention. But I'm all good to come in for my shift on Friday, boss. All is good.
And by the way, Javon Leak, his game where he had 169 yards rushing was against Saskatchewan in week 9, not in the first 7 weeks of the season.
You got me.
We look forward to it, but hey, we agree. Bethel Thompson isn't the answer. It's the one thing we agree on.
Hey, as long as I can still get in the building on Friday.
100%, buddy. Good debate. 100%.
Eddie Steele versus Jason Gregor, one of our favorite debates from the Jason Gregor Show. Of course, Tre Ford went on to, win the starting position. He's going to be the guy going forward. Got that new contract extension. We'll hear a conversation he had with Jason Gregor later on in the show. But coming up next on the Best of the Jason Gregor Show, Nate Ebner, 3-time Super Bowl champion, represented his country at the Olympics in the sport of rugby. A very inspirational story. We'll get to that next. It's the Best of the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
Noodle, noodle, nood, noodle, nood, noodle, nood, noodle, noodle, nood. Noodle, noodle, nood, 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 noodle, noodle, nood, noodle, noodle, nood, noodle, nood, noodle, nood, noodle, noodle, nood. Noodle, noodle, nood, 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 noodle, noodle, nood.
Trouble low down to Oodle Noodle tonight because dine-in is open.
Okay. Hi there, this is Riverside Motorsports, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Polaris, Gas, Husqvarna, Tittersled, Stasic, Talaria, Climb, Thor, Alpine Stars, 509, Troy Lee Designs, and more. Sales, how can I help you?
Located on St. Albert Trail, rideriverside.com. Riverside Motorsports. What you do for fun is our business.
Checking off your gift list can go more smoothly when you give smoothies. From now till December 31st, buy a $30 Booster Juice gift card and gift yourself with any regular size smoothie for free. Try the new salted caramel smoothie made with vanilla oat beverage, vanilla frozen yogurt, and decadent caramel. It pairs magically with the salted caramel booster ball, bursting with Score toffee bites, cinnamon, maple syrup, cashew butter, and more. Happiest of holidays from Booster Juice. Download the Booster Rewards app today.
Experience more at the Edmonton Expo Center. Come for Canada's largest trade show, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. Stay for the experience. But it doesn't end there. Maximize your brand exposure with Edmonton Expo Center's new cutting-edge feature screens, spanning Western Canada's largest venue space. Captivate an annual audience of over 1 million visitors during iconic events like Pro Rodeo, Disney on Ice, Glow, K-Days, and so much more. To learn more, call 780-660-0514 or visit EdmontonExpoCenter.com today.
I'm Colin Livingston, president of Cantork. Since 2016, we've been at the forefront of hydraulic torque wrenches in Canada. I'm delighted to share our latest venture, in-house production for quicker turnaround, superior quality, and heightened versatility. Experience excellence at cantork.com.
RV Wars are back January 3rd to 5th. Looking for something fun to do? Shop comfortably from indoors at RV Wars. Save thousands on last year's remaining models. Over 50 RVs indoors and out of the cold. So take your coat off and have a look inside. Tent and travel trailers, fifth wheels, toy haulers, truck campers, and motorhomes. Come be cozy and warm January 3rd to 5th at 28712 114th Avenue in Atchison. Visit rvwars.ca for details.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Leading Edge Physio. The team in Old Strathcona have special training dedicated to reducing the impact of cancer care before, during, and after your diagnosis. They can help. Learn more at leadingedgephysio.com.
Next day gone, sometimes you bend, sometimes you stand, sometimes you turn me back to the wind. There's a world outside the darkened door where blues won't haunt you anymore. With a brave heart, free lover's soul, come ride with me to the distant shore. We won't hesitate.
Sports Radio is back. The Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Welcome back to the best of the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. Of course, you can go get your Lotto Max ticket tonight, $20 million, PlayAlberta.ca. If you want to throw a little money down, maybe on some college football, some hockey, code word Gregor50, you'll get a $50 free play. Make sure you use your game sense. Continuing on here, best of the Jason Gregor Show. Let's get into a conversation from November. Former NFL special teamer, won 3 Super Bowls with the New England Patriots, played with Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. Great storyteller, Nate Ebner. Conversation, we'll get to it right now with Jason Gregor.
Nate, welcome to the show, man. How you doing?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
I think you might be muted, Nate. We'll see, because I can't. We got it, Cons? Now we good. Nate, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
There we go. Perfect. I can hear you now. I love it. All right.
Yeah,
we had
thanks
you
for having me.
Hey,
I'm doing well.
Well, hey, thanks for coming on, man. This is, I was looking up your bio and I'm like, I'd like to know how many guys who never played football in high school walk on in their junior year and then up being a 3-time Super Bowl champ. You got to have a lot of good things. So I like to kind of go back to kind of your childhood. Obviously, you're a big rugby guy. So was like rugby your sport from day one as a young kid, or when did you get involved in rugby?
Yeah, I mean, I grew up, my dad and I had an unorthodox upbringing. I was chasing robbers at a young age in a junkyard. So we did a lot of weird things. I was playing squash. I was playing, we put a badminton in the backyard. We did it all, but my dad played rugby. I was kind of obviously a kid that did whatever his dad did. And, fortunate for me, I was athletic enough to kind of have a career in sports, and I gravitated towards rugby because I think, like any sport, when you get that IQ for that sport at a young age, the next thing is the athletic ability. So being able to have both and play a kind of unique game in the United States, which is rugby, to be able to be exposed to that at such a young age, I was able to understand the game pretty well. And it was my core sport after 16 for sure.
Now, Nate, you mentioned how you had a unique upbringing. You obviously had tragic in the sense that your father was murdered in a robbery when you were, I think, 15.
No, 19.
19. Okay.
Yeah.
And so that obviously has an impact on your life. You guys were very close. He taught you a lot of that. How much did that have an impact just on you as a person? And then did that have any impact in a way of you eventually trying football, just saying, you know what, I want to try something to, Dad maybe taught me never to be scared of anything. How did his passing impact you in your athletic and just personal life?
Well, I would start with this. My dad is the one who taught me about rugby, got me on the rugby path. and I wanted to walk on to Ohio State and play football. I had just finished up my last Junior World Cup. I was kind of stuck in college playing club rugby, and I didn't really have a direction until I finished school. And I got pretty frustrated with the club rugby stuff at the time after playing some of the best players in the world in the Junior World Cups. So I kind of started to have the itch for football. Obviously, I'm at Ohio State. It was kind of a perfect storm for me. So, one of the harder conversations I had to have was with him about, hey, I want to walk away from this sport you led me to and go play football. And, we had that conversation. And right away, he was really receptive. He was like, if you're going to do this with everything that you have. No regrets, no playing rugby on the side. Just send it with football. Try to make it to the NFL. There's no better platform than Ohio State. And see what you can do. If not, rugby will always be there. And that was the last conversation I had with him. The next day, actually, is when he was murdered at the junkyard. Wow. And from then, you asked how it affected my life. I was in a pretty bad place. Obviously, my dad was, I put my dad's relationship with me against any father-son relationship out there. He was my Superman and my rock, and I had lost him. And I dropped out of school for the quarter. We were in quarters back then, and kind of was in a vengeful mindset, pretty angry kid. But I'll say, I was very lucky. I was fortunate to have the leadership in my life that I had, not only with my coaches, and my father, but, my mother as well. And my mom came up to me and was like, in tears. And she said, not what I wanted to hear, but what I needed to hear. And that was, you need to live a life your dad would be proud of. He would hate to see, him being gone, ruin the rest of your life. Yeah. And that was kind of the catalyst moment for me that really sparked it. I changed my mindset after that conversation. Just seeing my mom's strength to say something to me like that through tears really hit home. And she was right. I needed to get on and, make my dad proud. And I changed my mindset to one of gratitude. I was very thankful for the man that I had in my life that taught me what he taught me, the leadership. I have more of a father in 19 years than most people do in a lifetime. So I also had some friends who lost fathers at the age of 13 when they need a man the most. Yeah. And I was fortunate enough that he passed when I was 19. So he became more of a friend at that point. So like I said, I changed my attitude to one of being grateful. And that was really the moment that things changed. And I set out, to make him proud. And I was on a mission. When I got to Ohio State, I would have died for that. It was so important to me. And I think people really realized, I wasn't messing around. And I didn't know anything about football. I'll say, playing Pee Wee football and college football at Ohio State's a vast difference. And that was probably one of the most humbling experiences I've ever had. Obviously, athletically, I was very gifted and played against some of the best rugby players in the world. We played against South Africa. 22 of their 26-man roster were already under professional contracts. So I was around good athletes. And when I came to Ohio State, I was fine in that world. I just didn't know the difference between cover 2, cover 1. I couldn't tell you anything. So I gravitated towards special teams because, you could put me on kickoff. I could run down the field and tackle the guy with the ball. And that was how I got on the bus, and that's how I got the journey started. And, I knew I had to play in games to make this thing work. And what I did was just go on special teams and build off of that. And obviously I made it work from there.
Nate, I do understand how you feel. I lost my father suddenly, a very different way than yours. My dad just had a heart attack when I was 27. And at that time, my mother said a very similar thing about, live a life. We got along great. I had no regrets, thankfully, because I think people that do that would be very tough. But I was 27, which seems a lot older than 19 at that time. And so I've always said, hey, I got 27 years was good. So I can relate to that and to have that conversation, the timing of it. And then, the next day have him murdered, man. That's crazy. And good on you for turning to that horrible experience into something that would motivate you. And I want to get to the walk-on experience. So you said you knew nothing about it, but obviously you knew football in the sense of, okay, I can see the basics of it. I know how to tackle. I'm pretty fast. I can run. What's the conversation? How do you get to be a walk-on? So you just call up the coach. I want to go to tryout. How did you get into, it's not like you're not a Division III school. You're like a Division I Ohio State school. They got guys begging to get there.
Yeah, it wasn't like a preferred walk-on either. A lot of walk-ons are mostly preferred walk-ons. They're, hey, well, you can come be on the football team, but we're not going to put you on scholarship. And that's the majority of walk-ons out there. Now, there's another path called what a true walk-on is, where you go and you do a tryout, like a pro day or something of that sort. But man, what an experience. There were probably 70 to 80 kids there. Half of them had their Ohio State jerseys on. This was their moment that, they said they had a chance with football at Ohio State. And it was, in no disrespectful way, it was pretty laughable, considering the high level of athletes we're talking about, what they're trying to do. But there were a small number of us that were good. And I'd say, after the end of the day, there were about 14 or 15 of us that they said, okay, you can come to work out. And so 14 or 15 of us we're not allowed to work out with the team. The team works out at 6 a.m. We have to work out at 5 a.m. Okay. And it was 2 weeks of walk-on workouts. And I'll say this, I've done pretty hard training my entire life. The hardest training I've ever done in my life was obviously the Olympics. That was real deal training. Outside of that, those 2 weeks of that walk-on workout were probably right behind that. It was very difficult, and they were set out to break you and really find out if you wanted to be on that team. And at the end of it, there were about 3 of us left.
Okay.
And then, so 3 of us went into spring ball. And then by the time I was a senior, 2 more years had passed. There was just probably me and one other kid. So they really weed you out. It was a tough experience, but then, you make the team and you're thrown in the fire. But I didn't get a lot of reps. That was probably the hardest thing about once I had made the team, it's like, you've got your 5-star recruits, your starters, your freshmen that are supposed to be the next big deal. It was hard for this, 20-year-old walk-on to get any reps and learn how to play. So like I said, I gravitated towards special teams, but I really had to fight for the attention. Okay. And I'd say my senior year, I probably should have started, on defense. But again, I think I was up against, we've got pipelines of 5-star recruits coming from some high schools, and it's like, you're going to put this, walk on that no one's heard of above our 5-star recruit. We'll send our recruit somewhere else. So I think, when I got to the NFL, it was a lot less political. Bill was like, the best players play. That's it.
Yeah.
So Ohio State was tough, but it was a great launch pad and place to teach me a little bit and get me recognized. And that's what I needed.
Nate Ebner joins us, a 3-time Super Bowl champion with the New England Patriots. They drafted him in the 6th round in 2012 after a few years at Ohio State, where he was a walk-on, had never played football. Obviously had a great background in rugby. And so take me through your draft year, Nate. And, you were a special team guy mainly in college. So, you didn't have this huge, long film of great tackles with a linebacker or, a free safety or what have you. Were you expected to get drafted? Did you get interviewed a lot to kind of tell us how you end up as a 6th rounder by the Patriots?
Yeah, I mean, that process, was a roller coaster. I mean, at first, I wasn't even sure if I should do my pro day. I wanted to, but I knew I didn't have the tape. Okay. Defensively, I had 3 defensive snaps at Ohio State while I was there. One of them was a sack, by the way. But I didn't get a lot of defensive reps. But I had really good special teams film. I mean, I was like leading tackler in the Big Ten. Like I did well at that. But I went to the head coach at the time. It was Luke Fickell was the interim head coach when Tressel left, and I was like, Fick, should I do this? And he gave me this long speech about how he tried and it didn't work for him, but ultimately, Mike Vrabel was there. Mike Vrabel was a defensive coach at the time, and Vrabes was, really encouraging to me to, hey, go ahead and take a shot. So I did the pro day, and once I did the pro day, I had a great day that day. I mean, my numbers would have been top 3 in every single category if I was at the combine that year. So it was like a great day. I started to gain the attention of the scouts. I had a couple talks with the Patriots while I was there, some they were the St. Louis Rams at the time, and the Cardinals. And, you know, I had talked to some teams, and I didn't expect to get drafted. I just wanted a chance. You know, that's what this was all about, was just getting on a team and having the opportunity to make it in the NFL. And then draft day comes around, and, you know, obviously the first day is the first rounder, so nothing happens there. And then the second day, you know, my phone starts ringing and ringing some more, and I'm having some conversations, and my agent's calling me, and I'm like, you know what, I might actually get drafted here. And it was just something I wasn't sure about. But then as the day went on, I was like pretty sure I was going to get drafted. And I was actually on the phone with the Cardinals at the time. And then, you know, my agent called me, said, hang up, the Patriots are trying to get a hold of you. And sure enough, I click over, and, Mr. Kraft's on the phone, and then he hands it to Bill, and, you know, Bill's on the phone, and, you know, you're a New England Patriot. And my name popped up on the thing. And, you know, I was just playing ping pong in my basement with my cousin. And then, you know, my family was there. We didn't know what was going to happen, but, you know, I'm pretty nonchalant about all that. I knew at the end of the day, I was going to have to get to work, drafted, undrafted, it didn't matter. So I was really excited, but, what a great opportunity to start my NFL career was starting with being drafted and two picks above Tom Brady. So I've always got that.
There you go. That is the first half of a conversation between Jason Gregor and Nate Ebner. It is the best of the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440. Quick reminder, we do have pregame coverage tonight, 6 o'clock, as the Edmonton Oilers taking on the Utah Hockey Club. Puck drop 7 o'clock down at Rogers Place. We've got Andrew Walker and Donovan Paulson. They'll be with you from 6 till 7, and then once the game wraps up. But when we come back, we'll hear more from Nate Ebner as he joined Jason Gregor back in November. It is the best of the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
Signing up. You already play? Get a $10 free bet for every $100 you bet every week all season long. Visit playalberta.ca and make your picks today. Bonus terms and conditions apply. The Canada-wide clearance is on at GMC. Get a $7,500 cash credit on 2024 Sierra 1500 Crew Cab elevation models. With Sierra's 13.4-inch diagonal premium GMC infotainment system with Google built-in compatibility, available off-road package for hill descent control, plus an available 3-liter Duramax diesel engine, you can take the road less traveled, try new things like fishing or whitewater rafting. I should have gone fishing. Ask for GMC dealer for details.
Go-to coffee spot, a trusted barber, even a lucky game changer. One name you need, Mr. Dirk. Family run since 1939. We're experts in crafting impeccable tailor-made suits and offering a wide variety of everyday styles. Pair that with personalized one-on-one fittings and the convenience of on-site tailoring. Mr. Dirk elevates your style game. Visit our Edmonton store or explore MrDirk.com. Score big on style with Mr. Dirk.
For half a century, that's 50 years, GS Construction has been building the foundation of Edmonton and the surrounding area's infrastructure. But let's make one thing clear. This milestone would never be achieved without the dedication of our incredible team. Together, we built the underground infrastructure that keeps things running smoothly, from the existing to the new underground systems. It's 50 years of hard work the team has put in to make it all possible. Here's to another 50 years. For more on our team and our work, visit gsconstruction.ca.
Delicious news. The McDonald's meals you love are now $9.99 every day. Grab your faves like the Big Mac, 6-piece nugget, McChicken, or Filet-O-Fish with medium fries and a medium fountain drink for $9.99 each plus tax. At participating McDonald's restaurants in Edmonton, Alberta, and the surrounding area. Try to include delivery.
What keeps Alberta business moving? It's pallets. Whether you're shipping, manufacturing, or looking for in-house storage solutions. Hi, it's Andrew with the Pallet Recycler here in Edmonton, and we've been providing reliable, affordable, recycled, and custom pallets for local businesses for the past 30 years. Contact the Pallet Recycler at 825-474-1981 to find out why recycled pallets are the most cost-effective way to move and store your product. Learn about our recycling program as well at thepalletrecycler.ca.
For a silly hockey fan. Your partner in power just skated onto the ice. CWEL.ca, the new e-commerce website for electrical wholesalers Edmonton, is ready for the Power Play 24/7 365. Well, skates to where the puck will be in 5 years. Now that's forward thinking. Killer selection, slamming products from the best brands, and legendary service. Don't sit on the bench. Get your job today at ewell.ca and win that project. Plug it into your primary power. Get an ewel.ca account today. When things get heavy, get ratchet. Right here in Wetaskiwin. Clear those snowy driveways with the Milwaukee Startup Kit, including leaf blower, M18 battery, and charger for just $325.99. Need a gift for the guy in your life? Check out all the Milwaukee products in store. Find heavy-duty truck and trailer parts, automotive parts, and much more. Things get heavy, get ratchet. See Ratchet Parts, located on Wetaskiwin's famous Auto Mile.
Portions of the Portions of this hour brought to you by your Alberta GMC dealers. The Canada-wide clearance is now on at GMC. Get a $7,500 cash credit on a 2024 Sierra 1500 Crew Cab Elevation. See more at gmcoffers.ca.
Sports Radio is back. The Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Welcome back to the best of the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440. Connor Halley, Keith the Great with you here from the Ewell Studios in West Edmonton Mall. Let's get right back into it. Nate Ebner, 3-time Super Bowl champion, in conversation with Jason Gregor.
Nate Ebner won all three with the New England Patriots after being drafted in the 6th round in 2012. As he said, 2 picks higher than Tom Brady when he was drafted a few years ago. Now, Nate, as you get to, you get drafted by a team, and you were drafted the same year they had lost the Super Bowl to the Giants. So, you're coming into a championship organization that's got, the greatest quarterback, now the winningest coach and obviously the winningest quarterback and lots of expectations. Was it easy to fit in that room, or was it oh my God, there's a lot of pressure and I feel pretty stressed walking in that room for the first time?
Yeah, there was a lot of stress, right? It was funny. My first time meeting Bill, I just remember we got off the bus and we got to meet him individually, and I was like, hey Bill, I'm excited to be here, and he was like, well, you're ready to work, right? And I was like, well, yeah, duh. That's kind of my, that's how I get down. That's in my DNA. But I didn't realize, I was always a hard worker. Obviously growing up in a blue collar upbringing in a junkyard and just with my dad and playing all these sports. But, he really put that, hard work to the test every day. And, a lot of guys aren't cut out for it. But he did a good job of bringing those type of people into that organization. And I was one of those. And, but like you said, right away, it's intimidating in the sense that, you've got the Tom Brady's of the world and Gronk's, but he wasn't Gronk at the time yet. But, you know what I mean? There's a lot of good players there. But at the end of the day, Bill was really, very clear about what the expectations were. And when you have someone like Tom Brady walking it out, working hard, and you just follow suit and you give everything you have to it. And like I had mentioned earlier, this was really important to me. I wanted to have success, making my dad proud and doing all that wouldn't have been just making it, just getting drafted and not really make it in the league. I wanted to have a successful career and really make it in the NFL. And so I really wanted it bad. And at the end of the day, I just put my head down and work, and New England was the best place for me. That's what Bill wanted. And, that's who I was. So, yeah, it was a lot. I will say that rookie year was a whirlwind, though. I still didn't really learn a lot about football at Ohio State.
Yeah.
I learned how to move like a football player, which was good, but I didn't understand the game until my rookie year with Matt Patricia and then coaches like him and Brian Flores and obviously Bill. And those guys really helped elevate my mental side of the game. And that rookie year was the year that I really elevated my IQ of the game of football, if you will. And that was a critical time because they don't give you a lot of time in the NFL to figure it out. You either do or you don't. And Bill doesn't mess around with that. A lot of teams will keep high draft players and see if they work out. Bill he didn't really follow that mantra. It was like, you're here whether you're drafted or undrafted free agent. Okay. We just want the best players. And I saw a lot of second round guys and down just get released within the first year. So, but I kept my head down and worked and just tried to make the most of every opportunity. And that's all you could ask for.
When you talk about football IQ, Nate, what was, the few most important things that you learned that year that allowed you to have such a successful career?
Well, I would say that year, the things that I learned were first and foremost about myself. I needed to play with confidence and not be worried about other people. I was very capable and I needed to let that go. Okay. That was the biggest thing I probably learned my rookie year, but man, where to begin about football? I mean, I would start. My first game, I played half of the game at safety. I played more in the first series than I did my entire college career. That's Bill would say, if you can only do one thing, you better be the best in the NFL at it. Okay. And if you're not the best, you better be able to do a lot of different things. And that was kind of something I hung on to. I wanted to always be the best at whatever position I played on special teams, but I also wanted to know strong safety, free safety, the money position and dime packages, the star and big nickel packages. I wanted to know every position because I wanted to be that utility guy that if somebody got hurt, we can put Nate in that position and everything will be fine. And that's really when I learned everything about the defense. At Ohio State, and when you're young, it's like, in this coverage, this is your responsibility. But once you really open your mind to it and you see what everyone is doing, what everyone's responsibility is, it makes you really understand the game and why your responsibility is what it is. And it helps you play better. But seeing the big picture, I guess is what I'm saying. That rookie year made me really understand all the moving pieces and why we do what we do.
Nate, is there, obviously you win a Super Bowl, I think, in your third season in the league, but that conversation you'd had with your mother and how, you want to make your dad proud and you want to, get your life on the right path. Was she there for your first NFL game? Is there a moment in your pro career where, you could kind of sense dad's proudness through your mom?
Yeah, she was always proud. She was definitely at my first game and many more. I think that first preseason game where it's like you're actually dressed and playing, that was a big one. Okay. But I think the biggest moment that I remember, like you had just mentioned, was that Super Bowl, that first Super Bowl win. And, her coming down on the field and putting her arms around me and, just your dad would be so proud of you. You have no idea. And, it was just the way it came full circle to that moment. I never expected, we're talking about trying to make it to the NFL, but not holding up the Lombardi Trophy and Super Bowl rings and, being champions like that. That's a whole nother beast that I was very fortunate to be at a team that I was at. So I'd say that first Super Bowl win was the one that resonates the most with me.
Now, be honest, Nate, when you're standing on the sidelines, did you think they were going to hand off to Lynch?
I didn't even know what to think. In my mind, I was already getting ready to be like, all right, if they score, how much time is left? This is what we got to, I'll be probably this kickoff return is what we'll run. I was already trying to get ready to do some type of kickoff return after he scored a touchdown. But yeah, I think in that situation, you're a little surprised, but I don't really remember. I think they ran the ball a time or two before that. They were close, but it was just so funny that we ran the same play in practice, and Malcolm got torched on it like 2 or 3 times, and it was like, is this guy going to get it right? And then they run the same one, and you could just see the way it triggered in his mind how quickly he just panic sprinted towards that slant and, made a play he had no business intercepting, let alone, breaking up the pass. I mean, it was destined to be. And, it all worked out for us. But, yeah, I'm really glad they decided to pass the ball there.
Nate Ebner joins. Now, Nate, can you take us 2 years later? It's halftime. You guys are getting spanked by Atlanta in the the biggest game of the season. And, you guys are a dominant team. Is it calm? Is there somebody that stands up? Take us through the halftime, because it's extended halftime at Super Bowl, of course, with the show. And what went on there to lead to obviously the greatest comeback in NFL history?
Yeah, I'd say that actually is the coolest thing about that Super Bowl. And probably my favorite one was, it's 28-3 at halftime, and we go in the locker room, and it was really calm. And all the guys knew, like, we weren't going away that easy. Nobody was hanging their heads. Everybody just wanted to get back out on the field as soon as possible and right the ship. But, Bill's biggest thing was we're not going to, come back in this game in one play. It's going to have to be one play at a time. We're going to have to do our thing, put some drives together, get some stops, get some turnovers. And I think the first half was a little bit of a misrepresentation of that game because Tom threw a pick six. I think we had an opportunity to score and we didn't. And, we gave up a really long run or two. And I think other than like 4 or 5 plays, it was a pretty tight game. So we just needed to mitigate those big plays. But, man, the calmness in the locker room, the way, Bill said we just got to take it one play at a time, and we'll do it in the belief in that room. I've never really been a part of anything like that. It was a long shot to come back, but just the belief in the room before it happened, it was like surreal that, we all believed it. And then we went out there and we did the damn thing. So it was really cool to be a part of. That was probably my favorite moment.
There you go. That's Nate Ebner, 3-time Super Bowl champion, with Jason Gregor from back in November, talking about his journey getting to the NFL and what he's up to now. Fantastic conversation, of course. You can always go back and hear anything we've ever aired on our station, Apple Podcasts, Google, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast from, or jasongregor.com. Right now, we'll take a break. But first, let's get to a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Fountain Tire. Be winter ready with stopping power. Until December 31st, you can save up to $125 on a set of 4 select tires, plus $50 more on any service of $150 or more with a set of 4 select Goodyear tires. Conditions apply. Visit fountaintire.com to book an appointment. Here is Kate Collickson.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
It's game day. The Edmonton Oilers host the Utah Hockey Club. Puck drop for that one is at 7 p.m. And earlier today in the NHL, the Capitals topped the Bruins 3-1, and the Maple Leafs beat the Islanders also 3-1. And currently in the Winter Classic, Blues are up 2-1 over the Blackhawks. And in the 2025 World Junior Championship, Canada and the USA will face off at the Canadian Tire Center. Puck drop for that one is at 6 p.m. Earlier today, Switzerland beats Kazakhstan 3-1. Finland takes a 3-0 win over Latvia, and currently no score in Sweden versus Czechia. That is just hopping in to the second period. Oh, actually, Sweden just scored as I'm saying this. And in the association, the Celtics topped the Raptors 125-71. Bucks beat the Pacers 120-112. I'm Kay Gullickson, and that's your Sports 1440 update.
#1 sportsbook and official partner of the Edmonton Oilers, has you covered with bigger offers, boosted odds, live betting, player props, and more. New to play. New players now receive $200 in free bets just for signing up. Play, get a $10 free bet for every $100 you bet every week all season long. Visit playalberta.ca and make your picks today. Bonus terms and conditions apply. Leading edge physiotherapy, we believe in the way we didn't see you win, lose, or person, guarantee you win. We don't treat conditions, we treat people. From personalized treatment plans to hands-on technology, unique technology, and a commitment to hiring amazing people mixed with friendly environments. And ta-da! It's not magic. It's about being human. Sometimes being human hurts, but life should. What keeps Alberta business moving? It's pallets. Whether you're shipping, manufacturing, or looking for in-house storage solutions. Hi, it's Andrew at the Pallet Recycler here in Edmonton, and we've been providing reliable, affordable, recycled, and custom pallets for local businesses for the past 30 years. Contact the Pallet Recycler at 825-474-1981 to find out why recycled pallets are the most cost-effective way to move and store your product. Learn about our recycling program as well at thepalletrecycler.ca.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Papa John's. It's Terrific Tuesday. Get 40% off any regular price pizza. Use the code word 40Tuesday at the start of each pizza order at papajohns.ca.
Sports Radio is back. The Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Welcome back. It is the Jason Gregor Show, best of edition. Happy New Year's Eve. Hope you all have lots of plans set for tonight. Should be a fantastic evening. Be safe out there. Don't do anything you're going to regret. And we'll be back on Thursday with more live content here on the Jason Gregor Show in Sports 1440. Of course, we're going to take tomorrow off and relax a little bit as well. Still lots to get to here on the best of edition of the show. Of course, we'll hear from Elks quarterback Tre Ford. He was in for Who Is It Wednesday a couple weeks ago. But right now, we started a new segment. It's called The Business of Sport. It's Jason Gregor and longtime NHL player agent Rich Winter. And one of the first guests we had on was longtime NHL general manager Ken Holland, talking all sorts of things, some stories from his time as a GM, how he got there, and just how the business has changed over the last 20, 30 years. Enjoy part one of the conversation with Jason Gregor, Rich Winter, and Ken Holland.
Well, we've heard Rich's side of things, Ken, and he was obviously a fantastic agent to deal with in negotiations. He said super easy, always cordial, everything was fine. I will get your side of things on that, but he did. He's told his version, his side of it on the Marian Hossa deal when it came to Detroit, right, on the 1-year deal, and originally how it panned out. You've been a GM for a long time. How rare was that to have a player not only come to you as a free agent, it was one of the best free agents available, signed for 1 year, and then end up taking $600K less than you'd originally agreed to?
That was very nice of Rich and Marian.
Mostly Marian, Ken.
It was a strange negotiation, Jason, because it was really just sort of the beginning of the information on the internet. There was no social media, but certainly you went online. So I remember the night or two before the free agency, July 1 of the Marian Hossa year, reading online that there was speculation that Marian Hossa was being offered multi-year deals and multi-million-dollar deals. Certainly, we were doing our work in advance, and Marian Hossa was a potential unrestricted free agent, and we thought, boy, he would be a great fit for the Detroit Red Wings. But when I was reading the internet, I thought to myself, I might check in with Rich in the morning. I might not, because there's no chance. A year later, we had to give big deals to Henrik Zetterberg and I think Val Filppula. We had some people so we had a kind of a 1-year look there where we had some cap space and we could do something. But reading that Marian was being offered the multi-years, multi-millions, we were out. it's around 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock. I know I'm at the gas station, heading down to Joe Louis Arena to get ready for free agency. And I'm standing there, my phone rings, and I pull my phone up out of my pocket, and I look and I see it's Rich Winter. And I look, and there's a sign right above there as I'm fueling, and there's a guy looking out of the gas station, no cell phone usage. So I thought, so I kind of ducked down behind the car, and I said, Rich, I'll call you in a few minutes. And then Rich said, I said, I got to drive to the rink. And Rich said, I got the deal of the century for you. I said, I'd heard that 100 times before. So I ended up gassing, just drove over the corner of the gas, called Rich back. And then Rich told me that Marian Hossa would like to come to Detroit. And I said, Rich, we'd love to have him, but we can't afford him. He said, what do you mean? I'm going to give you the deal of the century. I said, what's the deal? He says, a 1-year deal. I said, Rich, you've got my attention. And I think it was a 1-year deal at 8. And I said, Rich, I got to get down to the rink. I'll call you in half an hour. I got down, went into Jim Neal's office. My assistant manager closed the door, and I said, holy cow, right? Rich Winter just called. We got a shot at getting Marian Hossa. And he said, we can't afford Marian Hossa. I told him. And so then I called Rich back, and I said, Rich, our highest paid player is Nicholas Lidstrom. Out of respect to Nick, I gotta track Nick down in Sweden, and give me 15, 20 minutes. Let me track him out. I just want to give him a heads up that he won't be the highest paid player next year. And Rich said, okay, hung up the phone. 5 minutes later, I'm trying to find the phone number to reach out to Nicholas Lidstrom, and the phone rings. It's Rich, and Rich has already talked to Marian, and he called me back, and he said, Marian doesn't want to be the highest paid Red Wing. Marian will take, the same as Nick, or just under $50,000 less than Nick. And I said, deal. So I hung up the phone and told Jimmy Neal, and I still can't believe. So we're sitting there. So now free agency's going on, and it's a couple hours, and I haven't heard back from Rich. And I said to Jim Neal, I said Rich and I have got a gentleman's agreement. I said, I've got to believe. I said, so how can I make this thing feel like it's going to happen? So
well, keep in mind, Ken, also what's happening at that time, it was a time during faxes. We weren't doing internet. We weren't doing emails. So Marian was simply looking for a buddy who had a fax machine to get the contract back to you. We have no idea that you're panicking, but because we think we have a deal.
Yes, and I think I've got a deal too, but I just want to make it. So I said to Jimmy Neal, I got an idea. I said, let me call Rich, and I'll tell Rich to line up Marian to go on WJR or whatever the radio station was in Detroit, and at 3:30 Eastern time. So I called Rich. Rich called me back 5 minutes later. Says, yeah, Marian's going to be all set. So hung up the phone at, I don't know, about 2:30, 2:45, and 45 minutes later, Marian's on the phone. He's on the radio station in Detroit, and kind of confirming that we had a deal. But certainly we ended up going all the way to Game 7 and losing in Game 7. And then Rich and I talked about a long-term deal. I ended up signing Zetterberg to a 12-year deal in November.
Franson.
Then I signed Franson, I think, in January to a long-term deal. I went to Mr. Misilich, and I talked about one more long-term deal. They signed off, and then Rich and I talked. But we had some, Zetterberg was done. We had other people to do, and ultimately the Chicago Blackhawks went. I think I was around $50 million, and Chicago went to 62 or 63, $64 million, and Marian left us. And but certainly it was a fabulous negotiation for the Detroit Red Wings.
but only matched by the Dominic Hasek negotiation in the middle of the season, when he walks into your office after getting injured and coming back after he had taken a year off to retire. My biggest nightmare.
He did that. Rich, he did that a couple of times. The first time, Jason, I get a call in the middle of June 2001. Buffalo general manager Darcy Regier, he and I had played together in the minors many years before in Binghamton, so we had a little bit of a relationship. Darcy said to me, Ken, met with ownership. We're trading Dominic Hasek. Would you have interested in Dominic Hasek? Well, who wouldn't have interested in Dom Hasek? He's one of the greatest goaltenders to ever play the game.
All right.
So we kind of went through this dance. It was us in St. Louis. and a couple of other teams. I remember being on the phone, Jim Nill and I, Dominic Hasek and Rich were on the phone. I believe it was a Sunday night. Maybe free agency was 5 or 6 days later. And Dom was trying to decide, he had a number of teams courting him, which team he was going to sign off to get traded to. And
of course, we weren't really doing that, Ken. That's what we told you. We had already decided on Detroit. We just needed the 8 or 9 million that required us to tell you that.
So I wanted to get Red, Jason, at the end, finally we convinced Dom, or I think we've convinced Dom, or maybe, but he's coming to Detroit. So I said to Rich at the end, I said, Rich, now Dom had a club option at $9.5 million.
Yeah.
That same year, Lidstrom was making $8 million and Yzerman was making $8 million. So I said to Rich at the end, I said, there's under one circumstance, or we'll do the trade after we'd kind of gone through everything. I said, Lidstrom makes $8 million. Yzerman makes $8 million. I can't pay Dom $9.5 million, pay him $1.5 million more than the guys who've built this and done it here. I said, we'll pay him the same $8 million. So Rich called Dom. Rich called me back the next day and said, Dom has no problem. He'll play for $8 million and he'll give you can have a 1-year deal at $8 million and you can have as many, back then you could do option years. We can have as many option years as you want, so that we always had the option that we could re-sign him or pick up the option at $8 million or walk away. So Dom, that was the first time Dom took less.
I remember,
money.
Ken. Remember, we got the difference because we got a Stanley Cup, a bonus for $1 million or $1.5 million if he won the cup. So we made it up there, right?
We made it up. Yeah, it worked out pretty good, Jason, because we won the cup that year. And we were down 2-0 to Vancouver round one. It wasn't looking like we were going to win a cup early in middle of April, but we kind of got the things turned around. And remember, Dom put up a wall in Game 3 or Game 4 in Vancouver. They got a 5-minute power play. They had a tremendous power play, and nothing would go in. And we ended up kind of going on from there. And eventually, 2 months later, won the Stanley Cup. And then Dom retired.
Yeah.
And I had team parties, and I talked to Chelios, I talked to Yzerman, I talked to Shanahan. I said at the team parties, you got to convince Dom to come back. And finally, Rich called me one day and said, Dom's had it. He's had enough. He got the Stanley Cup. He's going to retire. So then I went out and I signed. That summer, we signed Curtis Joseph, I think, to a 3-year deal of $8 million. And then the next year, after we lost out in a sweep to Anaheim, Rich called me and he said, Ken, Dom's decided he wants to come back. And I said, oh, I'd love to have him. But I said, I've got $8 million tied up. He says, well, he doesn't need $8 million. He'll take less. So eventually, I think we got him for we played for 6. I think.
Yeah, 6 was enough. Yeah.
So he took a $2 million, and we had an $8 million. Those were great years, Jason. We had an $8 million goalie. We had 3 goalies in the locker. We had an $8 million goalie sitting there, and then I think we had Manny Legacy in the middle making like the minimum, and then we had Dom making $6 million, and then the work stoppage hit.
Yeah.
And then Dom went, I think, to Ottawa, and then
but you forgot, Ken,
Ottawa,
you forgot the
07,
best part. You forgot the best part is the middle of the season. Remember, he got hurt, right?
Oh, that's where I'm going to. Now he comes back. Now he comes back, and he comes back. And maybe this might be 06 or 07 or I can't remember the exact years. So now it's Dom's having groin issues. It's November. Dom's having groin issues, plays a game, and then we give him about a week or 10 days off, and then plays, and his groin's bothering him. This goes on for about a month, 4, 5, 6 weeks. So finally, about Christmas time or just right after Christmas, I called Dom in the office with the team doctor and the athletic trainer and told Dom that we were going to shut him down and we got to get him healthy. This is hard on everybody. It's hard on him. It's hard on the team. And when he feels healthy, we're going to get him back up and running. So the next day I get a call from Rich, and Rich says, Dom wants to see you in your office today. So I said, okay, tell him to come down at 1 o'clock or something. So Dom comes to my office. It's Dom and I. Dom shuts the door, and Dom tells me, he says, Ken, I talked to Rich yesterday. I didn't come back for the money. I come back to win another Stanley Cup. and he said, he says, starting today, I don't want you to. He's making a $6 million base. He's got about $3 million. It's about halfway through the year. He says, I don't want to be paid another penny until I come into this office and I tell you that I'm healthy and I'm ready to play. And he says, I've already told Rich that, and it's done. I don't want anybody to know. I don't. It's not. I don't want anybody to know. I don't want a big story. So we took him off the payroll, and finally, this is 2 months later in March, Dom's getting some bad press, and I finally called Rich. I said, Rich, this is crazy. I said, Dom's not even getting paid, and he's taking a lot of abuse in the media. So I said, I'm going out and I'm going to tell the Red Wing Nation there that we're not even paying Dom, that he's been off the payroll for 2 months. And I said, so they can kind of leave him be.
Because they thought he was fake. They thought he was just being soft, right?
Yes, exactly. So he never did come back that year, Jason, and ultimately Dom walked away from $3 million, and then and then he went to Ottawa, and then he came back, and then I think he played for like a 750 base.
Yeah.
And the year with the 07, 06, 07, 07, 08, he came and we won the Stanley Cup, and he was playing for like a 750 base. It was him and Chris Osgood. And I think he had like $1 million in bonuses. So he made like $1,750,000, but we won the Stanley Cup in 08. And then he came back on another 1 year deal, low base, like $1 million. And we ended up going to the Stanley Cup finals. 08, obviously, and 09, we had Osgood and Hassing. It was a great 1-2 punch, but both were playing cheap, and certainly on multiple, 2 or 3 occasions, Dom did right by the team, and it was about winning.
Well, let me just say a couple of things because of the background. One, I don't think Jimmy Nill and I ever thought we'd be experiencing what you just described when we were sitting on the bench at the Drumheller Composite High School where we both attended. 2, Dom, reason he retired was, and you probably didn't realize it, Patrick Waugh had said many times in the press, yeah, Dom's okay. You know, he's got the world champ, he's got the Olympic gold medal, but I have the cups. He put so much pressure on himself to win that cup. Steve Kotlowitz and I were down when you were in Carolina for game 5 or 6, I can't remember. And Dom, you know, he didn't go to sleep. You guys played, remember that 3 overtime game? He hadn't gone to sleep till 4 o'clock in the morning. He was in the coffee shop at 5:30. He hadn't slept at all. He was so exhausted by the time that thing ended. He just couldn't go on. And it was really all because he had to get that cup to put that Patrick Waugh comment to bed once and for all.
There you go. That is Ken Holland in conversation with Rich Winter and Jason Gregor in the business of sport. When we come back, we'll get to part 2. It is the best of the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
The Boxing Week blowout is back at the Brick. Shop their extraordinary deals like 60% off sofas when you buy the matching love seater chair. Save up to $2,500 off big screen TVs, up to 25% off bedroom and dining furniture, and up to 50% off mattresses. Plus, buy more, save more, up to an extra $300 off kitchen appliances. Some exclusions apply. See thebrick.com for details. The Brick, saving you more.
The Canada-wide clearance is on at GMC. Get a $7,500 cash credit on 2024 Sierra 1500 Crew Cab elevation models. With Sierra's 13.4-inch diagonal premium GMC infotainment system with Google built-in compatibility, available off-road package with hill descent control, plus an available 3-liter Duramax diesel engine, you can take the road less traveled and try new things, like fishing or whitewater rafting. I should have gone fishing. Ask your GMC dealer for details.
Introducing the Female Super League. Female hockey is on the rise with more women playing the game than ever. Join us as we pave the way for the future of women's hockey. The FSL is more than a game. It's a movement and an experience for the motivated female athlete. Teams will compete in a showcase-style format featuring consistent interprovincial competition. Come be part of the journey as the 2024-25 season unveils a 12U division, as well as the launch of a groundbreaking progressive body-checking 14U division. For more information, visit FemaleSuperLeague.com.
Hey, sports fans, we've got a clear choice for you. At Crystal Glass, we provide customers with the perfect glass for any job. From home to auto and even commercial, installation or repairs, we're your team. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca. CrystalGlass.ca. Crystal Glass.
Now, all sizes of premium roast coffee at McDonald's have a new low price starting at $1 plus tax for a small. It's great if you love great tasting coffee. $1 small premium roast coffee every single day. Must be McCafe. Plus tax at participating restaurants in Canada. Excludes delivery.
The job isn't done until the last load is hauled, and having a semi-trailer out of commission is not an option. Whether replacing or adding to your convoy, Edmonton Trailer has a huge inventory of new and used semi-trailers, trusted by the gravel, logging, oil field, fluids, and freight industries. Find a trailer right for you online or at one of their 3 locations. For sales, service, parts, rental, and finance, when you're in it for the long haul, Edmonton Trailer.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Japa Machinery. Did you know that Japa offers in-house and on-site heavy equipment service? Rain or shine, Japa's service department is here for you. Visit japamachinery.com for all the details.
Sports Radio is back. The Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
We are back here. It is the best of edition of the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. Connor Halley, Keith the Great with you here from the EUL studios in West Edmonton Mall. Let's not waste any time. Let's jump back into it. Business of Sport, Rich winner Jason Gregor, along with longtime NHL GM, Hall of Famer Ken Holland.
Early in the career, how much of it was trusting and not knowing that the agent was just trying to use you to up the money to get somewhere else? How did you balance that part of it as a GM?
Well, prior to the salary cap world, 05, and I'm not sure how many years go back, and Rich can go in. First off, free agency was 31.
Yeah.
So you controlled the players, longer before there wasn't this unrestricted free agency at 25, 26, 27 sort of looming out there. So basically the way the system worked back then is, the players that were 30, 31, they made more money when they were 35 than when they were 25. Now it's sort of, you're going to make you're going to make the money when you're supposed to, and then later in your career you don't make as much money. So certainly relationships, Jason, like anything in life, it's about relationships. When we went through the Dominic Hasek trade in 01, and as you walk through all that, you build up a relationship, and certainly anything that Rich told me happened. So as you go forward and you negotiate with other players, and it's Rich and I, you've got a history, you've got a relationship. And that, being a manager for 27 years like I was, I negotiated with most of the managers and had a relationship with most of them. And then, then there's new people coming in. There's new young agents coming in, and maybe my assistant manager, whether it was Jim Nill or Ryan Martin, Bill Scott in Edmonton, they might have a relationship because those young agents maybe have more entry-level contracts or more American League players. And, the way I managed was I negotiated the major league contracts, and I had my assistant general manager negotiate the entry levels. And, when I was the assistant manager in Detroit, I was the GM of the Adirondack Red Wings. I thought that was a great experience for me, building a team, signing players, and prepared me for when I was a general manager. So when I became the general manager in 1997, I did the same with Jim Nill. Jim, you're my assistant general manager. You're the general manager of the Grand Rapids Griffins. You build that team knowing that you got entry-level players. We'd sit down and we'd talk about it, what players were turning pro, and you have to build a team, and a competitive team. And then Ryan Martin did the same thing when Jim Nill went to Dallas. And then when I came to Edmonton, I had Bill Scott and Keith Gretzky do the same thing because I thought it was really good training for them. And at the same time, they're out in the field more than I'm out in the field, so they're out there watching our young players and watching American League games, and they've got it. So maybe that assistant general manager has got a relationship with a with an agent who's got more minor league players or more entry level players, and he can work with him. And 10 years later, when either, Jimmy Nill or Ryan Martin or Bill Scott are general managers, those relationships go for a long time. That's what happened to me, from 1994 when I became an assistant general manager for 3 years with Scotty Bowman and Jim Devillano. I negotiated the minor league entry level contracts, the minor league contracts, and then 1997 I kind of passed that on to Jimmy Nill.
Well, I think you talk about relationships, Jason, but it works the other way, because when we did the Hossa deal, the one thing I asked for from you, which I had no contractual right to enforce, was that Marion, the minute the season was over, Marion was going to be free to talk to any team he wanted to. So relying on that, because of our relationship, I know that's going to materialize. And that was important to Marion. He's a pretty astute business guy. And that now gives him 2 or 3 weeks to evaluate offers, to talk to teams, to meet them. I find it a horrific experience, July 1st, trying to make a $50 million decision when 5 teams are calling. So Ken gave us that option. And strangely enough, we got a deal with Chicago. They trade Havlat. And Marion says to me at 15 minutes before free agency, Ken, he says, do you think they'd mind if I just kind of looked in and see what the Tampa offer is? And I said to him, I said, I will call Dale, sure. And of course, Dale said, what do you have in mind? I'll lose my job. But at the end of the day, it's, if Ken gave us that opportunity. I didn't think for a minute that I'd have to rely on getting that in writing, which he couldn't have done anyway, because it wouldn't, so he gave us that permission. And, that's how you work together. That's why you trust each other, right? When you have a problem, you can work it out. You can rely on guys. And that's not the case all the time.
Yeah. What was there cases in your career, Ken, where you felt that the agent or the player just kind of used you guys as a bargaining chip? And you don't have to name the player or anything, but did you notice that? Do you sock that away, or do you just sense that, okay, that's just part of the business?
Well, I think first off, that's a little bit part of the business. I mean, Rich can speak more to, I think, an agent's job. Part of it is to, you're playing one team against the other, and you've got one offer in your hand. I'm only negotiating with the agent, so he could have something, he could not have something, and I've got to make that decision. I mean, that's the negotiation. That's the game, I guess.
Well, I can at the end of the day, I don't have to have an offer. You just have to think I do. Right.
Yeah. Or he doesn't have to have an offer. Jason, I guess I would say to you, the best thing that you can go into negotiating with is the ability to say no.
Okay. Yeah.
If you can say no and just walk away and feel fine, then you've got the ability to negotiate. But if you are in a position where you've got to have something and, whatever it takes, well, and that can just go on. You can either be negotiating against somebody else, or you can be negotiating against yourself, because if you don't get to a certain point, and even if they don't have somebody else, if that athlete and agent have the confidence that they're just going to say, we're going to stick by here, we believe something's coming down the road, and there's some other things going on, and some other teams are going to get desperate in 2 hours and 6 hours, or in a day or 2 or 3, July 1st, then the ability to say no and walk away gives you a bargaining chip. But if you can't say no and walk away, then it doesn't, you're chasing it a little bit.
Well, and like when you don't have an option other than, and like back when Buffalo, when Dom was basically by himself, almost, leading that team to every victory, they had no choice. Patrick Waugh was making, and when you know that and you're patient, we're ready to say no. I mean, it was surprising to some. I could never understand why goalies were paid less than other superstars because of their position, the amount they contribute to every victory. And so, Patrick Waugh was making 3.5. We took Dom to 11, just so everybody knows I don't always give the money back just to Ken, But at the end of the day, when it's just about leverage. When Ken has no other options and it's not a salary cap issue, he just has to go back to Mr. Ilitch and say, look, I mean, we want to keep Dom. It's going to be, whatever it is. And I think in Buffalo, I probably could have asked. I mean, Dom Hasek was making $11 million 20 years ago. It's bizarre when you think that Connor McDavid is making 12.5 today.
Yeah, no salary cap, right? The top end guys.
But at the end of the day, they couldn't have gone on the ice they didn't have much more in American Hockey League at that team at that time. They really weren't very good. I mean, and so they had no choice, right? So knowing that, it does, you really don't need much leverage. You got it.
Now, can you know what? Hey, obviously you win and you need I remember you telling me, hey, coaches have told me, Ken Hitchcock, hey, you're only as good as a coach as your best players. You need good players. Obviously, it's a manager's job to get good players. Sometimes they fall in your lap. Sometimes you inherit them. There's lots of different ways. But there's always been rumblings of, well, you know what? How much the players have a say when it comes to player movement. You had Lidstrom and Yzerman and Shanahan and Chelios and obviously the last few years, McDavid and Draisaitl. Do you ever talk to your star guys before you made a big move, or was that not a position you wanted to put players in?
What I've done as a manager, Jason, starting when I started to become manager in 1997 is, leading up, July 1st is free agency. As I went through that whole process in May and June with our staff, the pro scouts and looking at the lists. And then, this is before a salary cap world, meeting with Jim Devellano, and then Jimmy D and I would meet with Mr. and Mrs. Illich, lay out a plan. And, I would talk to my captain, Steve Yzerman, and I'd get his thoughts. What do you think about the team? What do you think? Maybe kind of give them a little bit what we're thinking philosophically, not specifically, because you weren't, because some of these people are going to sign. And then, when Steve retired, we got into a cap world, and Nick Lidstrom became the captain in 06 after we lost to Edmonton in 05-06, and Steve retired and Nick became the captain. I would talk to, Nick in the off season, and then, maybe leading up to the trade deadline, a couple of weeks in advance of the trade deadline, call the captain in, and, whether it was, Steve, Nick, Zetterberg, or Connor, and, give them, I'd want to hear what they're thinking of the team, but also to give them an opportunity to tell me what they're thinking the team might need, and what I should try to do between that time and the trade deadline. And sometimes you can do it, sometimes you can't. Sometimes it depends. It's a lot harder in a salary cap world because of the salary cap. But certainly, I felt it was important to be in communication with the captain of my team at the key points in the season, to hear what he's got to say about the team, and also to give the captain an opportunity to tell me what he thinks I should be looking to try to do.
And so I'm guessing then you would say, hey, maybe we need a second pair right defenseman, for instance, or we need a more physical forward rather than just specific names, because there's no guarantee you can get that specific name, right? So it's more about a position rather than necessarily a player.
Yeah. Do you think we need help on the back end, or do you think we need? Do you think we're deep enough up front, or boy, can we get a fourth line guy that can win some draws and kill some penalties in here, or on occasion we did talk about certain names because it was going to be obvious that certain teams were out of the playoffs, and that team is selling that player, and so you might ask, what do you think of this guy, or what do you think of that guy? But I'm just gathering information, and then ultimately, after I've gathered information from my people, from what I think about the team, talking to the coach, talking to the captain. And sometimes it was the captain and the assistant captain. I'd bring a couple of them in together, or two or three in together. And then ultimately, I have to go back and start to work the phone lines. I'm talking about the trade deadline now. Now you got to work. You're working the phone lines. But you kind of you've put together a game plan or an idea of what you would like to have happen between that period of time and the trade deadline. And then when we push forward to June, kind of go through the same process again. Talk to your pro scouts, talk to your people. You got to obviously, talk to, the people above you, Jim Devellano, Bob Nicholson, Jeff Jackson, the Illiches, Daryl Cates, and everybody's got it so that, as you work your way through, you try to be ready to, make a decision. And you got to be, Jason, you got to go through that whole process so that when you're on the phone, you got to be able to pull the trigger.
Yeah.
Like if you're not in a position to pull the trigger, like those people go elsewhere. Like it's not like you're the only place to go. So you got to, and that's the relationship that you got with the agent, the relationship that you, as a manager, that you might have with other general managers. Maybe you can go back and say, hey, I got to go back and make one call, but but at some point in time, you've got to pull the trigger, and then that manager leaves that phone call and you leave that phone call knowing that you in effect have got a gentleman's agreement, and you're going to turn that gentleman's agreement, at the trade deadline into official, a trade call, and then it becomes official. But you can't. You got to build up those relationships so that they know. Now, over the course of time, you hear the odd story about, something might have happened, and really, they thought they had a trade, no, they didn't have a trade, and certainly it makes it more difficult going forward in the future to make trades if you get that reputation in your circle of people, that your managers that you're dealing with.
That is part 2 of a conversation with Jason Gregor, Rich Winter, and NHL Hall of Famer Ken Holland earlier this year on the Jason Gregor Show. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll get to the third and final segment. You're listening to the best of the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
Now, all sizes of premium roast coffee at McDonald's have a new low price starting at $1 plus tax for a small. It's great if you love great tasting coffee. $1 small premium roast coffee every single day. Must be McCafe. Plus tax at participating restaurants in Canada. Excludes delivery.
A premier hockey solution with a clear path for long-term development is proud to be entering its 8th season of independent borderless hockey, featuring provincial and cross-province competition with showcase-style regular season gameplay and a strong commitment to individual skill development. It's an attractive option for those seeking family life balance. The Hockey Super League offers opportunities for both male and female athletes born between 2012 and 2017. Visit hockeysuperleague.com for more information.
Excavators, loaders, lifts, compaction equipment, and more. Find the XCMG construction equipment you need. Available for rental or sale at Japa Machinery Group. Japa, helping build Alberta from the ground up for 50 years. Visit japamachinery.com.
Day or night, tasting just so right. You can order oodle noodle at oodlenoodle.ca, delivering you the news almost right away. Remember, you can order oodle noodle at oodlenoodle.ca. So stay on your couch all day and order oodlenoodle.ca. Oodle noodle.
Checking off your gift list can go more smoothly when you give smoothies. From now till December 31st, buy a $30 Booster Juice gift card and gift yourself with any regular size smoothie for free. Try the new salted caramel smoothie made with vanilla oat beverage, vanilla frozen yogurt, and decadent caramel. It pairs magically with the salted caramel booster ball, bursting with score toffee bites, cinnamon, maple syrup, cashew butter, and more. Happiest of holidays from Booster Juice. Download the Booster Rewards app today.
Japa Machinery Group knows that XCMG may not roll off the tongue, but Japa's team will help keep your construction jobs rolling on time and on budget with heavy equipment sales and rentals. Visit japamachinery.com to find out more.
In 1973, deep in the basement of an Edmonton family home, an elite team of specialized forces came together to form Action Electrical.
Action Electrical Divisions, assemble!
Projects team reporting.
Service team reporting.
Testing team reporting.
Energy team reporting.
Supercharged with skills in their electrical fields and grounded by strong family values. Facing an electrical menace? Call on the men and women of Action. Operating throughout Alberta at actionelectrical.net.
For years now, we've been warning Edmontonians on the hazards of our stormwater facilities. While they may appear to look like still ponds, there is moving water beneath the surface, which makes the ice dangerously. The unpredictability of stormwater facilities makes them treacherously unsafe for all winter activities, even walking. So think twice. Don't go on the ice. A safety message from EPCOR.
What keeps Alberta business moving? It's pallets, whether you're shipping, manufacturing, or looking for in-house storage solutions. Hi, it's Andrew with the Pallet Recycler here in Edmonton. And we've been providing reliable, affordable, recycled, and custom pallets for local businesses for the past 30 years. Contact the Pallet Recycler at 825-474-1981 to find out why recycled pallets are the most cost-effective way to move and store your product. Learn about our recycling program as well at thepalletrecycler.ca.
No matter where your potential customers live, no matter what they watch, read, or listen to, you need a marketing plan that connects with them. Let the marketing experts at Stingray Media Solutions create a turnkey advertising strategy for your business, including radio and TV and out-of-home advertising, social and search ads, plus the creative and production. Find out the most cost-effective ways to reach your target audience and grow your business. Get started now at stingraymediasolutions.com.
Life's like this.
Portions of this hour brought to you by eWell. Get your power play amped up with eWell. Supplying the City of Champions and Alberta with quality electrical gear since 1975. eWell.ca is your partner in power.
Sports Radio is back. The Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Welcome back to the best of the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440. Connor Halley and Kate the Great with you here. Hope you guys are all having a fantastic day. Quick reminder, once this one wraps up, we'll hand things over to Andrew Walker and Donovan Paulson for the pregame show as they get you ready for Oilers and Utah Hockey Club down at the Ice District. That'll get going just after 7 o'clock. The boys will be back for postgame coverage as well as soon as it wraps up. So make sure you keep it locked here on Sports 1440. Right now, let's get to the final segment of the business of sport as Rich Winter and Jason Gregor were joined by Hockey Hall of Famer Ken Holland.
Ken, you told us before the break about how, at some point you got to be able to pull the trigger, right? Like whether it's pull the trigger or walk away from a trade and, you sit and you make those deals. And how do you learn when's the right time to make the trade or even to initiate the trade conversation where you don't want that to come back and be used against you from opposing GMs? Would you like to be the initiator of trade talk and throw out the first offer, or did you like them to throw out the first offer? How does that work in trade talks?
You know what, Jason, it all works differently. Sometimes, you pick up the phone and you call somebody and I'm going to offer you X for that. Or sometimes you're calling and saying, who's running the trade? Basically, if you're a seller and you're at the deadline and you've got, a tremendous hockey player and you can't get him signed, you're running the trade because he's got multiple teams he's talking to, and he's going to kind of tell, here's the basics and here's what I'm looking for. And then if he gets too much, then maybe people drop out, but ultimately, it works towards a conclusion. But, basically trade deadline is say early March. Middle of January to late January, every NHL team is having their pro scouting meetings. They're looking at the standings. Sometimes, some teams are clearly in, they're going to be buyers. Some teams are clearly out, they're going to be sellers. And then there's those teams in the middle that need to just to kind of work the phones, but they're not sure what they're going to do. And then the managers start talking, and maybe I might not talk to 31 managers because there's some teams that maybe are your rivals and you're competing against them. You're not going to do a trade. But you're going to talk to 23, 24, 25 of the other managers. And what are you thinking? Well, I'm sitting tight. I'm not sure, or I'm going to be a buyer, or I'm going to be a seller. And I'm looking to be a buyer, you're a seller. Who you moving? Well, we're probably looking to move this guy, that guy, and that guy. We might be trying to re-sign this one. If we can re-sign him, great. If not, we're going to put him on the open market. And then you tell him, well, I've got an interest in that player and that player, but I don't need that player. I'm looking for forwards. I'm not looking for defensemen. Keep me on your list. Keep me posted. Don't do anything without doubling back. I'm interested. Or they'll say, if somebody wants to give me a second round pick, I'll do the first team to give me a second round pick is in. It's sort of a bottom six player, and you're thinking, oh boy, I'd like to give a third or a fourth, but and then maybe as they push their way towards the trade deadline, they might have a couple teams for seconds, or they got to lower their offer to a third round pick. So it's a negotiation. It's gut instinct. It's experience. It's relationships. it's kind of, assessing the market and knowing, is there going to be 40 forwards moved between now and the deadline? Or is there going to be 14 forwards moved? So, having sort of an understanding of the marketplace, which I think obviously is doing your homework and doing your research and kind of going working the phones, and ultimately making it. And Rich is an agent, whether it's finally agreeing to a contract or it's finally agreeing to a trade, it's a process, it's a relationship, and it's gut instinct. And I believe the more experience you have at it, the better you get at it, just because you've been in more, you've seen how all these things work.
Ken, I don't know if you play fantasy sports or not, maybe golf, because I know you love golf, but fantasy sports has become huge for lots of sports fans. They love it. They're in their leagues. There's 12 guys, 14 guys, girls, whatever. And there's always one or two that are the worst, that just offer you absolute junk all the time. You're like, this is a waste of my time. What the hell are you doing? Did you have guys, you're just like, oh man, it's Bob calling again. He's going to offer me. He wants my best player for a second. Or like, did you have guys like that you kind of chuckled and you knew that they were always coming in at like the worst possible offer?
Well, I mean, I think there's guys that they're going to try to start out the bargain basement there. And
were you one of those guys?
Well, I was always from I became a manager in '97. We won the cup, so I think we made the playoffs the next 18 years. So I was always a buyer.
Okay.
And then at the last 2-3 years in Detroit, I became a seller. Traded off Nyquist, traded off Tatar, traded off Smitty, Brendan Smith, and then obviously when I got to Edmonton, we got back to being the buyer. So do you go in and offer something lower? Yeah, you might. I don't know if it's lower. It might be what I think the thing is the player's worth to me. And if you can go get more elsewhere, great. And because you maybe maybe there's multiples that you like, and so it's the reality is, Jason, you got to do business with these people. There's 32 general managers, and you've got to do business with those other 31 managers on an ongoing, regular basis. So I think you kind of figure out in short order. When I came in, Glenn Sather was a general manager, and Harry Sinden was. I can't remember if Harry was there, but there was some of those legendary people were still in the business and have since retired. And you learn pretty quick that you gotta play the game the way the game's supposed to be worked. And then as I started to have more years, as younger people come in, they're talking to the Doug Armstrongs and the Lou Lamorellos and the David Poyles, and they start to learn how the business of being a general manager works amongst the 32 managers.
Now, Rich wanted me to ask you, do you know how last year at this coming up to December, how Calvin Pickard saved Christmas?
Yeah.
You do know?
No, tell me.
Yeah. Rich?
Okay, so we're meeting in Ken's favorite spot. I order the tea for him arriving slightly late, as is quite often the case. And he and I have a long talk about Calvin Pickard, and this is sort of the human element of this business. And Ken's is pretty good at this. And we had Adam Ernie here, Ken, and he has 3 little kids, and Ken's doing everything he can, and I believe him, to keep Adam here for Christmas. Right? He's got 3 kids under the age of 4. But he says to me, if you remember, Ken, over at the Tim Hortons, you said, "But Rich, I've got to bring Campbell up because we got to see what he's got. We paid him a lot of money, so I can't, I'm doing everything I can. I'm doing everything I can to keep Adam here, but we're going to go to New York, and Calvin's going to get a game." And I remember saying to you that I'm pretty confident. I know Calvin pretty well. I've seen his demeanor. I feel very comfortable. You're not getting Campbell back here because Calvin won't let that happen. I remember you thought, well, yeah, you're being an agent. I appreciate your optimism, but Rich, I'm doing everything I can. I just want you to know I can't guarantee it. And at the end of the day, Calvin played extremely well. Campbell never comes up. And this is where, this is the part of the business that's really hard. And this is what fans don't think about. Here's a young man who might not be able to be with his kids for Christmas. because Ken may have to make that decision. Now, a lot of GMs would be sensitive. Many could care less. They've just got to do what they've got to do. But I just remember thinking at Christmas, and Adam dropped over, and just thinking of him with those 3 little kids, that Ken Holland made the effort. Maybe it doesn't work unless Calvin plays well and saves Christmas for the Adam Ernie family.
How much of that, Ken, did you take into the human element of your job as a GM? And obviously you have to understand the person's family, their situation. How much of that is a factor that is beyond the salary cap and beyond the dollars?
You know, I would say I tried to the best that I could, take in that the player has got a family. And even if they're not a family, even if he's single, he's young, you know, they're people. Because I was that person 50 years ago or 40 years ago, or however long ago. I played 9 years in the American Hockey League, and you know, and then when I having players get called up and get sent down when I was with Binghamton, we were with the Hartford Whalers. So, you know, I guess, you know, whenever, you know, when Rich and I talked about Adam Ernie, I think I'd said to Rich, I do everything I can to get Adam to Christmas. And it's like early to mid-December. And you know, because we had the salary cap, and I can't remember exactly, the team was obviously, now we kind of got into that 8-game winning streak, and we'd lost 3, and I think we won 24 out of 27. And I wanted, you know, Adam's got, is it 3 kids under the age of 5?
Right. And keep in mind, Ken, the reason this was the problem, because if you bring Campbell up, he has a bigger salary cap hit. You can't keep Adam in the lineup, right? So that was the Calvin's at the minimum.
And I also think Pick was up. Pick's family, Calvin Picker's family, was in Bakersfield. And, you know, and Calvin was playing in Edmonton. Well, he's missing his family, so you know, Pick didn't want to move his family up to Edmonton, and then find out 3 days later he's going back. So you're trying to. I'm in negotiate or in communication with the players. I'm in communication with the agent at this time. It's Rich. You know, I had many visits with Adam Ernie, you know, leading up to, and eventually I think Adam went down there just after Christmas and played the second half of the year in the American Hockey League. But you know, I had many visits with Adam Ernie, and then a few coffees at Tim Hortons with Rich about Adam Ernie and Cal Pickard, because they're on the bubble. They're on the you know, Jason, they're sort of on the bubble. They're not sure if any day they could go down, and they want to be up, and then they've got family issues, and you're also trying to, Jason, the last thing is, I think if you're going to get the best out of an athlete, he wants to have his head in a good frame versus, you know, worried about this, worried about that, worried about having seen his family, worried about this, worried about that. So, but there's also, on the other hand, the team, and you're trying, and the coach, and you're trying to win, and there's and all those other things. So you're trying to juggle all those things to the best of your ability.
That is Ken Holland in conversation with Jason Gregor and Rich Winter. The Business of Sport, a new segment we started up a couple weeks back. Every Wednesday from 4 till 5, Rich joins us in studio talking to a whole bunch of things, players, executives, a lot of real cool things going on here. Make sure you tune in next Wednesday, 4 to 5, for the Business of Sport. Still to come on the show, we'll get to one of our final favorite segments of the season. We had Tre Ford before he signed the contract. I think he had a little bit of an insight that he might be back with the green and gold for the upcoming future. You'll have to listen in and give your thoughts on it as well. Tre Ford, we'll get to that conversation next up on the Jason Gregor Show Best of Edition. But right now, we'll get to a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Booster Juice this holiday season. Give the gift of Booster Juice, buy a $30 gift card and get a free regular size smoothie for yourself. Gift giving never tasted so sweet. Download the Booster Rewards app today. Here's Kate the Great.
This is the Sports 1440 update.
It's game day as the Edmonton Oilers play host to the Utah Hockey Club. Puck drop for that one is at 7 p.m. And the Blues are currently up 3-1 over the Chicago Blackhawks in the Winter Classic. And later tonight, the Hurricanes face Blue Jackets, Preds face the Wild, and the Flames visit the Vancouver Canucks. In the 2025 World Junior Championship, it's a New Year's Eve matchup between Canada and the USA. Puck drop is at 6 p.m. And earlier today, Switzerland beats Kazakhstan 3-1. Finland takes a 3-0 win over Latvia. And Sweden currently up 4-1 over Czechia at the end of the second. In the association, the Raptors lose a tough one to the Celtics, 125-71. And the Bucks beat the Pacers. Later on the hardwood, Clippers face the Spurs, Lakers host the Cavaliers, and in the nightcap, the Grizzlies take on the Suns. I'm Kate Gullickson, and that's your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440 in West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin. CKJR is a Stingray radio station.
Download the free radio player app and listen wherever you go.
New year, new you. Let's kickstart 2025 by making better life choices, starting with quality pizza from Papa John's. Right now, get 25% off any regular menu price pizza with promo code BETTER25. A deal so good, it might just count as self-care. But hurry, resolutions wait for no one. Offer ends January 5th. Order now at papajohns.ca with promo code BETTER25. Better ingredients, better pizza, better get you some Papa John's.
You don't know what awaits you on the road to come, but with the 2025 XC90 from Volvo of Edmonton, you'll have the versatility to take on whatever life throws at you. The new XC90, a luxurious SUV with seating for up to 7, boasts newly upgraded body and wheel design. It's the perfect choice to drive into the coming year. And right now, you'll save $4,500 and lease from 1.49% on all in-stock 2025 XC90s. Volvo Cars Edmonton. VolvoCarsEdmonton.com, 1205 101 Street Southwest.
The Boxing Week blowout is back at the Brick. Shop their extraordinary deals like 60% off sofas when you buy the matching love seater chair. Save up to $2,500 off big screen TVs, up to 25% off bedroom and dining room furniture, and up to 50% off mattresses. Plus, buy more, save more. Up to an extra $300 off kitchen appliances. Some exclusions apply. See thebrick.com for details. The Brick. Saving more.
Vimy and Donnan Hockey are dedicated to skill development for all hockey players. If you are a student athlete interested in growing as both a person and a hockey player, visit vimyridge.epsb.ca or donnan.ca to register for a free shadow day. Beginner or an experienced player, these programs are designed to nurture and develop your skills in a positive and supportive environment. Vimy and Donnan help student athletes pursue their passion for hockey while achieving their academic goals. Register for a Vimy and Donnan Hockey Shadow Day today.
A lot of things were going on in 1974. Happy Days premiered on television. The Rubik's Cube was invented. Halley and Foreman fought the rumble in the jungle. And GS Construction started their first job. Yes, for 50 years, GS Construction has been building the infrastructure of Edmonton and surrounding areas. Think of the neighborhoods that weren't even built yet. Think of all the work that had to be done to get them built. Probably about 50 years. But for GS Construction, it's been time well spent. For more, visit gsconstruction.ca.
The Canada-wide clearance is on at GMC. Get a $7,500 cash credit on 2024 Sierra 1500 Crew Cab elevation models. With Sierra's 13.4-inch diagonal premium GMC infotainment system with Google built-in compatibility, available off-road package with hill descent control, plus an available 3-liter Duramax diesel engine, you can take the road less traveled and try new things, like fishing or whitewater rafting. I should have gone fishing. Ask your GMC dealer for details.
Delicious news. The McDonald's meals you love are now $9.99 every day. Grab your faves like the Big Mac, 6-piece McNugget, McChicken, or Filet-O-Fish with medium fries and a medium fountain drink for $9.99 each plus tax. At participating McDonald's restaurants in Edmonton, Alberta, and the surrounding area. Prices exclude delivery.
Cross Mitsubishi customers like Family Focus Frank, First Time Fiona, and Smart Saver Sammy love Cross for different reasons. But what they have in common, they all wish you the best holiday season and New Year.
And so does everyone at Cross Mitsubishi. They're proving it with financing as low as 1.99%, a tire credit up to $1,000, and a legendary Mitsubishi warranty. All the best from everyone at Cross Mitsubishi. Drive your ambition. See Cross Mitsubishi in store for details. 9605 34th Ave and at crossmitsubishi.ca.
No matter where your potential customers live, no matter what they watch, read, or listen to, you need a marketing plan that connects with them. Let the marketing experts at Stingray Media Solutions create a turnkey advertising strategy for your business, including radio and TV and out-of-home advertising, social and search ads, plus the creative and production. Find out the most cost-effective ways to reach your target audience and grow your business. Get started now at stingraymediasolutions.com.
Blue Jean. Portions of this hour brought to you by Papa John's. It's Terrific Tuesday. Get 40% off any regular price pizza. Use the code word 40Tuesday at the start of each pizza order at papajohns.ca.
Sports Radio is back. The Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Welcome back to the Jason Gregor Show, Best of Edition. Connor Halley, Kate the Great with you here at the Ewell Studios in West Edmonton Mall. The Jason Gregor Show brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. Make sure to use code word Gregor50. You can get a $50 free play. Also tonight, Lotto Max, $20 million. PlayAlberta.ca to get your ticket. Our final hour of the show here, Best of Edition, as I've mentioned a few times already. We're going to hear one of our favorites, Who Is It Wednesdays. We were joined by Tre Ford, Edmonton Elks quarterback for the foreseeable future, just signed the extension. He joined us prior to that, talking about growing up with a twin brother, the competitiveness, getting to the CFL, and sticking around, and just how much he's learned in his first couple of years in the CFL. Let's get into it. A conversation between Jason Gregor and Edmonton Elks starting quarterback Tre Ford.
Your twin brother Tyrell, who is having a great season with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers this year. He's a defensive back, but you guys, identical twin brothers. You grew up together. You pretty much had like a football playing partner right from a young age. Like, was football your sport right from a young age?
Yeah, for sure. So we actually started playing when we were 6. You had to be 7 to be in the league, but my dad was a coach.
Okay.
So we were allowed to play, a year early.
All right.
And we also were allowed to have 13 guys on the field because me and my brother were so bad. So we were just smaller than everybody. So we both played safeties. We had 13 guys.
Okay.
We were absolutely terrible, but we did stick with it. My dad was a big part of that, always encouraging us and getting us out there. And then just over time, just having that extra experience over other kids. And once we actually got 7, 8, 9, we were dominating in those leagues, which was big.
So was your dad like a huge football guy? Is that what got you into such a young age?
Yeah, huge football guy. Every Sunday we're watching, NFL from noon right to 8 o'clock at night. So he was a big part of it. He loves football. He still coaches at my high school today. So
really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's outstanding. So now, because he's a coach, is he still coaching you?
No, he no longer coaches me, but he definitely feels like he knows a lot because, his thing is always, oh, my kids play professional football. I know what I'm talking about. And I mean, I always talk to him like, well, if you look back at it, how many other teams in that area had players go to the CFL? Maybe you just had some better players than some other teams. But he likes to take the credit for the coach, so we'll give him the shout out.
So now, were you always a quarterback from a young age?
Well, I played safety originally when I was like 6 or 7, but I think once I turned like 8, I ended up playing quarterback, and we won some games. That's when we started to get good, and kind of stuck with it since.
So you were the quarterback, and your twin brother Tyrell was the running back.
Yes.
And in youth football, a lot of times the running back's more of the star than the quarterback because you don't pass that much, right? At a young age, there's a lot of run option for the quarterback, scrambling, but not a lot of passing. So I'm guessing you did a lot of just handing off to Tyrell.
Yeah, I would just hand off and then watch the show when he would run around, and I'd watch him win all the awards. The odd time we would throw it, but we would put him out there at receiver and throw him the ball.
So who's quicker?
So this is interesting, actually. So we always talk about it. We actually did separate interviews and answered the exact same.
Okay.
Yes, but
so when we run 40s and stuff, he usually beats me in the 40-yard dash. When we run on turf, he usually wins. But once we go to the track, I beat him every single time. So it's kind of like, I don't know what it is, but I always beat him on the track and he always beats me on the turf.
So he's faster now.
Because
Nowadays with the technology, like you guys can run on the track and then you can run in the field. But I'm guessing when you run in the games, you're still a little bit quicker, right? Like there's just something about that game speed where you're running the track. When I don't got a 240-pound linebacker trying to beat me, or I'm trying to beat him to the outside. Do you find, are you quicker in the game? Have you ever timed yourself in it? Have you ever gotten the timing in a game?
I did hear timing in a game a while back for my first year when I was in Edmonton. But honestly, I feel like you actually run slower in games just because usually like I'm running to look down the field, right?
Okay.
And even Terrell's a DB, like he's not just running straight line speed. It's more like lateral and stuff.
Okay.
So I don't think your top speed actually, you don't think you hit it when you play football unless you get a clean breakaway and you're running down the sideline or something.
Right, yeah. So you air it out to the receiver, and he's got 50 yards, of open real estate, and then he's off.
The thing is, I do feel like football makes you look faster because I got bigger guys chasing me who tend to be a little bit slower, right?
Okay.
And then it makes me look a little bit faster because I'm running away from them.
Tre Ford joins us. So as your evolution of a quarterback, you go through, minor football, and you play quarterback every year. Did you play any other sports?
Basketball, track and field. Track and field is probably my second favorite one. I love just running.
What were your race distances of choice?
100, 200 in high school. And then once I got to university, I ran the 60-meter dash.
Oh, what was your fastest 60? Do you remember?
6'8" flat.
What did you forget to do?
It's not bad. It's okay.
Not bad.
I did it at 200 pounds too, which is pretty good.
Done that.
Yeah.
A lot of the track guys are a lot smaller than 200 pounds.
Now, what do you play at now? Weight-wise?
Usually I'm like 195.
195.
So,
okay.
yeah.
So you'll bulk up like a lot of guys. You bulk up a little bit at the start of the season, but really once the season starts, like you might come in a training camp at 200 and then you play at 195. Is that normally?
Yeah, I usually fluctuate between like 195 and then 200. Actually, I weighed myself after the game and I was 204 and I looked at it and I was like, wait, let me step back on. And then it went down to like 200 flat. And I was like, okay, I was scared there for a second. I was like, I don't know where that came from.
Well, maybe you're just a little extra wet. You're dumping the water on you. Who knows how that works? So Tre Ford joins us. So you start out at quarterback position. It's obviously, it seems like it's the hardest position in football and one of the hardest positions in sports because they show now like the camera angles and stuff to see it on guys. So you get behind the center and you're making all these reads. You're calling out the plays. And sometimes I listen to the play call. It's like 15 seconds of da-da-da-da-da. And you're like, I'm like, what the hell? But you have to memorize it all.
Yeah.
But then you have literally less than 3 seconds to scan to see all of that stuff happening, right? How do you train? Is it just from reps or what other things can you do to be able to take in all that information and then see it and capitalize on it in less than 2-3 seconds?
Yeah, honestly, I think it starts when you're really young.
Okay.
To even like going back to high school is where we had a full spread offense in high school, which not a lot of teams have. So I feel like I had a big advantage there because we were throwing 20, 30 times a game in high school where not a lot of other teams were doing that. And just the development just over time, I think it's something that you kind of just learn and it becomes natural because like, I don't know, like what I would tell a linebacker trying to go play quarterback and be like, oh yeah, this is how you do it. Like as a quarterback, you go there, you do your drop, you're reading 1, 2, 3, or you're high, low on a guy or something like that. But like an actual, like I couldn't even think of an actual tip I would give to somebody like throw to the open guy. Like, I don't know. It's tough, right? So I think it's
I don't know what to do.
over time.
Like, you can say
And what do you feel like at what age were you like, you know what? I'm a pretty good quarterback.
See, I feel like probably my like grade 11 year of high school. I mean, my dad's been telling me since I was 6, oh, you're the greatest, you're the greatest, you're the greatest, right? So he kind of instilled a lot of confidence in me. But even in my like grade 9 and 10 in high school, we didn't throw too much. And you guys are a little bit different around here, I think, with grade 9 and 10 or something. I was talking to some kids and it was.
Well, yeah, grade 9 here normally is, so you graduate, like you start grade 12 for the most part, you're 17 when you start grade 12, right?
Okay.
And then, and I guess if you're a late birthday, then you're 16, right? Because the school season starts. But usually most kids will graduate. And when I say you graduate, 17 if you're after June and 18 if you're born January to June.
Okay, yeah. So grade 9 and 10, we threw a little bit, but still not a ton.
Okay.
And then once I got to senior football, grade 11 and 12, we were throwing a lot. And that was like a lot of the development happening there.
And a big part of throwing, I find, is knowing the touch on how to throw a 20-yard pass accurately and then a 30-yarder. And this time maybe it's a 33-yarder or like that. How do you build that? Because like if I sit here and say, okay, guys, I want you to throw it, straight throw. Most people can throw the ball.
Yeah.
But then it's to put the touch on it and the timing of it to say, okay, this guy, Geno Lewis runs at a different speed maybe than Mitchell, for instance. So now I got to throw a 30-yarder, but it's a 30-yarder with a little different speed. How do you get that touch? And do you like, because to me, that seems like one of the hardest things in sports.
Yeah, that like the big one is going to be reps, right? So getting the reps with your receivers and being able to anticipate where they're going to be. I mean, it's not the easiest thing in the world. Even still at the professional level, you still mess it up, right? But with just the amount of reps I've gotten, over my 26 years of life, you kind of just develop it over time. And that's kind of the whole thing that comes down to the quarterback position is just development over time. It's kind of just something you learn, but you have to kind of get thrown in the fire to learn it. You can't just, it doesn't just happen.
Oh God, no. I wouldn't. And like really, when I think about it, you haven't even started 18 CFL games yet. Like you haven't had, if we just look at a full season of starts, there's so much more room potentially for Tre Ford to grow.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, the more reps you can get, the better, especially at being a young professional athlete. Right. Where I do feel like I've missed out on some reps, right? Whether, it was, just getting mental reps, which are great, right? I mean, they're better than no reps at all, but there's nothing like live actual reps in practice. And then even the game's a whole nother different game.
Tre Ford joins us. And so we take you through to high school, then you go to college, and, college time, due to COVID and a lot of other factors, that really limited the amount of games you got to play even in college, right? Like when you were drafted, I think you'd played fewer than 20 games in college, correct?
No, I would have played more than 20.
More than 20?
Yeah, 8, been 24, and then 630, then playoff, probably like 32, 34 games.
Okay, which still though, not a lot. Like normally you would play more than that. Right?
So our COVID year we ended up missing 2.
Yeah.
So, but
you only missed 2 games that year?
Yeah, that was it. So it wasn't that bad.
Okay. Now you were the starter from day one in college?
No, I split reps with Lucas McConnell. We kind of both played here and there. We kind of got thrown in.
The jump from high school to university for football for a quarterback, what was the hardest part?
Honestly, the hardest part was probably not playing right away. Right?
Yeah.
So, because when I did, come in high school into that senior level, they had an older quarterback who they're like, no, Tre's going to be our quarterback going forward.
Okay.
Right. So he got benched, then I went in and I was able to get all those reps, and then I get to university, and it's like I was still getting a lot of reps in practice.
Right.
Bertoya did a really good job of trying to develop me, and John Behe, they did a good job of getting me in and getting me those reps because they knew the following year that I was going to be the starting quarterback. And we actually had our 5th year quarterback stay in when I went to my second year, the 5th year quarterback stayed, but he was the backup. So Lucas backed me up the following year.
Okay.
So they kind of had the plan that I was going to come in and be the starter, but that was definitely the biggest thing. A lot of people talk about, the speed of the game is going to be so much faster. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, it speeds up, but so your receivers speed up.
Right.
So it's kind of
it evens out.
It's kind of the same, yeah.
Okay. Then you come to the CFL. Was the speed that much different?
Again, like it definitely sped up a little bit, but like it's not like it's 2 different games, right?
Yeah.
Everybody gets better. O-line gets better. D-line gets better, right? Linebackers, running back, right? So it all goes hand in hand at the end of the day.
Now you're fat. I've talked to opposing guys. I've talked to your own teammates, and like I even saw that example in the last game against Toronto. They purposely had the D lineman set outside because they didn't want you to break containment, and then you still broke containment and got outside and completed the pass. Like obviously your speed is a major weapon for you, and you said you ran track. It's obviously something that helped out, but it's not just speed. It's that changing of speeds that you're able to do where it looks like you slow down, then you accelerate. Kind of, is that just natural for you? Is that just something you had as a kid? Maybe you and Tyrell, you're playing against each other, so you just learned how to be quick, or was it something you really worked on to maximize your skill set?
Well, I definitely worked on it, whether it was doing footwork drills and whatever it was, right? But then I think a really big part of developing those kind of skills is actually playing a ton of sports. Whether, you're playing volleyball, you're outside just playing tag or manhunt, whatever you're doing, right? I feel like there's a lot of transferable skills and a lot of things you do at a young age. So, like, I'd recommend putting your kid in every single sport possible until they say, I don't want to play it, right? Just because there are so many transferable skills and, you can go to football practice for 2 hours, but you can go after school and play manhunt with your friends for the next 8 hours, right? And it's just a longer time and, it's competitive, especially since I had a twin brother, right? And we'd always just compete against each other in whatever we did.
Tre Ford joins us, of course, quarterback for the Edmonton Elks. And when you got drafted, first rounder, there's not a lot of Canadian quarterbacks. I'm sure you've seen the history of it. I'm sure, was there ever a time when someone told you should change positions because Canadian quarterbacks, there's not as much of a future? Did you hear that in college at all?
Yeah, I definitely heard. I heard a lot of people saying, and I think, being a Canadian quarterback was part of the reason, but I also think being an athletic quarterback was just an addition to it. And people were like, oh yeah, like you're not going to succeed in the CFL. You're going to have to play running back or receiver or whatever it is. Right. And talk to me about switching positions, but it wasn't something that I was interested in. I wanted to get an actual shot at quarterback because I felt like I could succeed. And I feel like I've done a pretty decent job so far. So hopefully it's a long career.
There you go. That was part one of a conversation Jason Gregor had with Tre Ford. That is for GS Construction. They specialize in underground infrastructure. They make your life more enjoyable with running water, indoor plumbing. They're the grinders of construction, GS Construction. When we come back, we'll get to part two of that conversation here on the Best of the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube and Facebook, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
Hockey is back, and Play Alberta, Alberta's #1 sportsbook and official partner of the Edmonton Oilers, has you covered with bigger offers, boosted odds, live betting, player props, and more. New to Play Alberta, new players now receive $200 in free bets just for signing up. You already play? Get a $10 free bet for every $100 you bet every week all season long. Visit playalberta.ca and make your picks today. Bonus terms and conditions apply.
I take possession of my commercial space in 3 months. I need lighting. I need a fire alarm. I need data. I need a generator. I need panels.
Sounds like a job for the men and women of Action Electrical.
Projects team reporting. We design, build, and construct all the electrical systems for your projects. Need everything to work right? Get the Action Electrical project team on your site.
Facing an electrical menace? Call the men and women of Action. Operating throughout Alberta at actionelectrical.net.
A Bedtime Story by Zachary Martin Hyman.
The hockey game's over. The Zamboni sleeps soon. I lay down in comfort. Legacy heating my room. Good night to you, furnace, with your hot blower running. Good night to you, air vents, keeping the warm air coming. Good night to my payments that I won't see for 1 year. Good night to my legacy. Bedtime is near.
Warm winter nights. That's how you soothe your legacy. Legacy Heating and Cooling.
The Canada-wide clearance is on at GMC. Get a $7,500 cash credit on 2024 Sierra 1500 Crew Cab elevation models. With Sierra's 13.4-inch diagonal premium GMC infotainment system with Google built-in compatibility, available off-road package with hill descent control, plus an available 3-liter Duramax diesel engine, you can take the road less traveled and try new things, like fishing or whitewater rafting. I should have gone fishing. Ask your GMC dealer for details.
Kids get in free all season long. Can you believe it? Looking for an enjoyable and affordable family night out? The Spruce Grove Saints are excited to introduce their Kids Get In Free program. All kids 12 and under receive free admission for every Saints home game this season. Bring the entire family for action-packed junior hockey at a fraction of the cost. For more information, check out sgsaints.ca.
Is it Riverside Motorsports? No. It's Riverside Motorsports. Over 55 years in business, and people still get it wrong. Guess it's time to get it right.
Riverside Motorsports. What you do for fun is our business.
At Fountain Tire, success is a team effort. They're committed to their team members and their customers. And that means treating your vehicle like it's their own and finding solutions that suit your needs. Because whatever the road brings ahead, they're on it with you. Visit fountaintire.com today.
3, 2, 1.
Happy New Year. Let's rock.
Edmonton's biggest New Year's Eve party is at On the Rocks.
Featuring Edmonton's #1 party band, the Bark Hells.
The Bark Hells. Get ready to dance the night away as we ring in 2025 in style at OTR.
Tickets include a 3-course meal, party favors, and bubbly at midnight.
This party sells out every year.
Oh, and if you don't have anyone to kiss at midnight, Marco is always available.
OTR's New Year's Eve party.
Tickets at ontherockyeg.com.
Store Mountain Outfitters. Stadler, small town, big selection. Hunters, register now for Storm Mountain Outfitters' first annual Coyote Classic Derby, January 25th and 26th. Teams of 2 to 3 members will compete for great prizes, including Howler rifles for first place, prizes from Vortex, and more for both second and third place teams, and for this year's youth winner. The first annual Coyote Classic Derby also features a dinner for all participants on January 25th. For details, see in-store or on Facebook and Instagram. Storm Mountain Outfitters.
If you live or work in the country, you need your water well in top condition. Wash away any doubt with Caliber Drilling. experts in residential and industrial water well services with over 20 years experience, and a team of dedicated journeyman drillers, plumbers, and electrical technicians. Need a new water well or work done on your existing well? Keeping you well maintained and well serviced is their #1 priority. Financing is available. Visit caliberdrilling.com for a complete list of all drilling services, or call 780-960-2992.
Portions of this hour are brought to you by Cantork. We offer sale, rental, repair, calibration of hydraulic, pneumatic, and battery-powered torque wrenches, stud tensioners, flange maintenance equipment. Order today at cantork.com.
Sports Radio is back. The Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
There's a spark in you. You just gotta ignite the light and let.
Welcome back to the best of the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440. Connor Halley, Kate Gullickson with you. So we're just about to wrap up. A couple more segments here on the best of the Jason Gregor Show. Up next, it is pre-game coverage. Oilers set to take on the Utah Hockey Club down at the Ice District from 6 till 7. Donovan Paulson and Andrew Walker have your pre-game coverage ready to go. But right now, let's get to more of this conversation. Tre Ford, Jason Gregor, brought to you by McDonald's. They've lowered their prices, and now you can get a coffee for only $1 or for $9.99. You can get the Big Mac, McChicken, Filet-O-Fish, or Chicken McNugget meal every day at McDonald's. Here it is, part 2, a conversation between Tre Ford and Jason Gregor.
And I was learning during the break. So Tre Ford, quarterback by day, handyman at night. So you're all into the home renovation. Wow.
Yeah, 100%. It's actually something I really enjoy. You know, always learning something new, but it's fun. You know, you get to grind it out, and then you see the finished product, and, you know, you feel good about yourself.
So, and I was asking you, you know, you took sports and recreation university. So I'm like, okay, well, you didn't take any of this. How did you learn to do like electrical and tile and everything like that?
I learned from my wife's uncle. So he's an engineer and fixes up houses. So everything I know, I learned from him.
You literally just kind of learned on the job. It's like, okay, I'm going to learn how to tile. Here I go.
Yeah, we just, you know, my dad needed a place to stay. So we bought a house in Niagara Falls, and then we decided we were going to fix it up. That was part of the plan going forward. And so I spent my off season out there tiling and flooring and plumbing, electrical and everything. So
what is your favorite part of home renovation?
Home renovation, I would say doing the flooring, because it's probably the easiest and the fastest, and you see the finished product the fastest, versus, you know, tiling is a little bit more of a process. And then the plumbing and electrical, you don't really see, because it's all behind, you know, behind the drywall and everything.
Like
so.
you're not mudding and taping, are you?
Yeah.
Mudding and painting are my 2 least favorite things.
God.
Those are the worst.
And so you can do it like mud and tape. Like I've done drywall and everything, mud and taping. I'm like, nah, I'm hiring that out. I can't do it.
Yeah, it's definitely the worst one to do, but I mean, it's got to be done, right? And labor prices nowadays are super expensive, so it's nice to be able to do it yourself.
Oh, geez. So, because you're mentioning how you have a few properties, you bought a place here in Edmonton, you have some other properties. So, is that kind of, you know, you got the interest in home renovations and real estate? That's kind of something you like to do on the side?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and definitely planning on, you know, getting a couple more houses over the next couple of years, and, you know, getting some more short-term rentals going.
What other interests does Tre Ford have away from football?
If I'm not doing house renovations, I'm not with my daughter, and I'm not playing football, I'm probably playing video games.
Video game. What is your go-to video game?
My favorite one is 2K, NBA 2K.
Okay.
So playing basketball. But then Call of Duty's also in there. A lot of the guys like to play Call of Duty, and I kind of just get on and chat with the guys and game up a little bit. So
who is the best gamer on the Elks?
I think it depends on the game. I'm in 2K. Nobody's touching me on 2K. I'm untouchable on 2K.
Okay.
In the park though.
Okay.
So not the 5v5 when you play with your one solo guy.
So you're one-on-one, that's you.
One-on-one, that's me.
Okay.
But then other than that, I'm actually really good in Call of Duty. I think Justin Rankin might be a little bit better than me. And then I heard Joel DeBlanco's pretty good. I haven't played with him yet.
Okay.
But those are the only 2 I think that might be better than me on the team.
Okay. Speaking of Rankin, like you bring guys in, and he was here in camp, and then he left, and then he came back, and you know, when you came in, you know, Rankin leaked, like the running game took off. And very different style runners, right? Like Leak's got lots of speed, but like Rankin, he pops a punch for a smaller guy as a running back.
Yeah, I mean, he's not the tallest guy, but he is, you know, he's a well-built dude, and he's a guy that I wouldn't want to tackle. I mean, I don't want to tackle anybody to begin with, but like if he was running, I had to meet somebody in the hole. He's probably the last person that I want to meet in the hole.
So now you mentioned tackling. So we talked about your college career. Then you get drafted by the Elks. When you got drafted by the Elks, was it a surprise? Had you talked to them? Were you expecting them to take you? Kind of take me back to your draft year.
Yeah. So I did end up talking to Jones and everything, and I knew Edmonton was a possibility, especially once they traded their first pick and then got an additional later round first pick and everything. I thought it was a possibility, and then I kind of had an interview that was kind of weird.
What was weird about it?
Well, it was just it was actually kind of a whole mess, because when I showed up to the CFL Combine, they ask you what day you're going to get there so you can book your room. And I got there and I went to go check in, and like, sorry, we don't have your room booked. And I'm like, okay, but you guys told me to come on, I think it was Friday. And they're like, yeah, we don't have a room for you. Sorry, you can't stay here tonight. So then I just booked my own room, and then I stayed there in my room. So Terrell was my roommate.
Okay.
But I just, my wife was going to come to the Combine anyways.
Right.
So she ended up coming. So I just stayed in that room. And then, I went to go check in for my medical, and they're like, no, so you can't do your medical. You're not till tomorrow. If a spot opens up later, you can come. And I was like, okay, it's fine. I'll just go with my wife tonight for dinner. And so I went out for dinner. Then I came back the next day, and we had the medical in the morning and everything. And then we have our meetings with the coaches and stuff. And they're like, yeah, I heard you didn't want to stay in the CFL provided hotel room and this and that. And I heard you skipped your medical and went to a Raptors game. And I was like, I didn't even go to a Raptors game. I went out for dinner with my wife. So it was a little bit of a whole confusion kind of thing, I think. I'm not 100% sure what happened, but I thought it was kind of funny. But I also didn't think Edmonton was going to draft me after that, because I was like, well, they seemed pretty mad about it. And I wasn't going to sit there and, argue with them about, oh, no, I didn't go there. I did this. I did that. Right. So it was kind of, just how it went.
Wow. So somebody had given him wrong information, obviously. And so then when you get drafted, you came to your first camp, and you started out on special teams as a gunner. When was the last time you'd been in any position where you had to tackle someone prior to that?
Yeah, that's a great question. I really don't know. Maybe I think when you're really young, you have to do the tackling drills. They make everybody do them. So probably that.
Yeah. Okay.
So
because you told me that you played safety one time in your young career in minor football, and you missed a tackle, and then the coach pulled you out.
That was in high school, but we didn't like, everybody just assumed I could tackle because I've been playing football for 10 years at that point or whatever it was. But I missed one tackle and it took me out, and that was kind of it.
Yeah. So tackling's a little bit harder than it looks, is what you're saying.
Definitely a little bit harder than when you look, and I'm tackling DBs and stuff when I throw interceptions. I don't have to tackle Justin Rankin when he's coming out of the backfield, so it's probably a little bit easier.
Tre Ford joined us. So you came in and you were on special teams. Now, I get it. You're a young player, you're drafted, and we've seen Jones had put many quarterbacks on special teams at times. I guess he felt like, hey, if you're on the roster, might as well get you to do something. I always kind of found it odd, but there was talk that they had asked you to switch positions. What were those conversations like early on?
I did get asked, but it was a pretty short conversation. They kind of asked me if I was interested, and I said I wasn't, and that was kind of it. So it wasn't like there was a huge kind of deal around it. They just asked me, I said no, and that was it.
Yeah, because they'd asked you to play. Was it receiver? I'm assuming.
Receiver. Yeah.
Okay, and like you'd never played receiver. Like catching the ball is pretty hard, I would think.
Yeah, a little bit.
Your hands are all right.
Yeah, I feel like I can catch a decent. I'm sure guys on my team would say I can't catch it, but you know how it goes.
Yeah. So, which one of your receivers would be the best throwing?
I'm gonna have to actually give it to Gino. Gino takes pride in his throwing. He can actually throw the ball pretty well.
Okay.
I seen Curly do a throw, and it was not super great.
Right.
So, and then I saw Germ warm up because Germ was his replacement to come in and do the throwing play, and he didn't look great either. So I'm definitely going to go with Gino.
Okay. And the reason I asked that question is because if you have Tre Ford, at some point you might see the quarterback runs a pitch it back, and now you're running downfield. So who's going to throw to you, right? Maybe it's one of your running backs. I don't know if Leak or Rankin can throw the ball at all, but
nah, I'm not trusting
not trusting those guys either. Okay. So now you come to the CFL. And, you're asked to play receiver. You're like, no, thanks, which makes sense. And we had talked about it earlier that, a Canadian quarterback, there's there's a little bit of a bias from some people that you can't do it. Do you still feel that a little bit, that you might have to prove yourself more than an American quarterback, or is that outsiders overblowing that?
Honestly, I'm not 100% sure because, I don't like to think about it. I don't like to use that as an excuse.
Okay.
But then, I do go back and I look and I'm like, well, I've played in, X amount of games and I feel like I've played all right. Right. And then, I'm looking at other quarterbacks and I'm like, oh, this guy's getting this contract. This guy's getting this contract. I can't even keep my starting job. And I feel like I played okay.
Right.
So it's kind of like, it's up and down. I think, it's kind of in the back of my head, but I try not to think about it.
It is, and in pro sports, it's that way a lot of times, right? Sometimes you need somebody who believes in you and believes in your ability of what you can do as a player. And that in itself is a huge building block for any player. If you know that the guy who's coaching you or your OC really believes in you, you're not worried as much to make a mistake, I would assume.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's honestly probably the biggest thing, especially for a younger quarterback, just to have a coach that, truly believes in you and thinks you're capable of doing everything on the field, right? I think that's why I had a lot of success in high school and I had a lot of success in university, was probably because of those two factors. I mean, I still talk to my head coach from high school and Chris Bertoya from university, probably weekly, right? Like I give them phone calls sometimes before the games, and whatever it is. And once I go back to Ontario, I go out there, I support my high school team. I go back, I hang out with my university players and coaches and everything. So
Tre Ford joined us. And so Tre, let's kind of go, you had to sit there and, most guys, I don't care what position you're at, very few guys come in as a rookie and play right away. So I'm sure you're expecting, hey, I'm going to learn some things. And you know what, then you come into your second year and the team's 0-8 and then you finally get an opportunity. Kind of take me through what your mindset was, because for those 10 games, the team went from 0-8 to go to 4-6, which is a monumental improvement. And, the fan base gets excited. The team's having some success. You're having some individual success. Kind of what was the biggest learning curve in those 10 games, not this past season, but the year before?
I think that the biggest thing is adjusting to defenses, right? Because in youth sports football, you'll see a lot of cover 3, cover 4. That's pretty much it. And then you come down here, you'll see cover 10, you'll see cover 2, you'll see 3 double cut, you'll see 4, you'll see sting, cover 0. Like there's so many more defenses to see. And I feel like pre-snap gives you a lot more information up here than it does in U Sports.
Okay.
So I think that was probably the biggest thing. And I think it really just comes down to having that aspect of reading defenses, but then also fully understanding your own offense, right? It's hard to go in your first year and understand the offense and be able to, go through your progression, then boom, get back down, you're running back on the check down.
Right.
Which is why I feel like earlier on in my CFL career, you probably seen more rushing.
Yes.
Right. More rushing attempts from me, just scrambling and getting out of the pocket. Just because, it's hard to get through 4 reads on a play, right? Like a lot of guys like, oh no, a pure passer gets through that easy. And that's like, no, like they get sacked too. Right.
Right.
Versus,
Very
some
good
more
point.
mobile guys can get out. Right. But then it's every time I get out of the pocket and scramble, oh, he can't read defenses. All he can do is run. And then when unmobile guy does it, it's, oh, wow, look, he's still slightly mobile. Like he can get out of the pocket and extend the play. But I don't extend the play. I just look to run. So it kind of, goes hand in hand with each other. But I think the big thing is definitely the defense and then fully understanding your offense.
There you go. Part 2 of our conversation between Jason Gregor and Tre Ford, another one of our fantastic Who Is It Wednesday guests, which we do every Wednesday from 3 to 4 on the Jason Gregor Show. When we come back, we'll play the final segment where we hand things over to Donovan Paulson and Andrew Walker for pre-game coverage. You're listening to the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440 or watching on Oilers Nation YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
New year.
The locks are on a timer. They're going to get out.
Sounds like time for the men and women of Action Electrical.
Service team reporting. With the remarkable reach of our bucket trucks and other equipment, we assess, service, and maintain your electrical lighting and automation systems.
Facing an electrical menace? Call the men and women of Action. Operating throughout Alberta at actionelectrical.net.
Legacy Heating and Cooling is the only place to call for heating your home. So when it's time to replace your old furnace,
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
or for 24-hour repair with no overtime rates,
Call Legacy.
Legacy even heats your shower with hot water tank.
Call Legacy. call Legacy.
And with no interest and no payments for 1 year, it could only be Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Now, all sizes of premium roast coffee at McDonald's have a new low price starting at $1 plus tax for a small. It's great if you love great tasting coffee. $1 small premium roast coffee every single day. Must be McCafe. Plus tax at participating restaurants in Canada. Excludes delivery.
The Boxing Week blowout is back at The Brick. Shop their extraordinary deals like 60% off sofas when you buy the matching love seater chair. Save up to $2,500 off big screen TVs, up to 25% off bedroom and dining furniture, and up to 50% off mattresses. Plus, buy more, save more, up to an extra $300 off kitchen appliances. Some exclusions apply. See thebrick.com for details. The Brick, saving you more.
For years now, we've been warning Edmontonians on the hazards of our stormwater facilities. While they may appear to look like still ponds, there is moving water beneath the surface, which makes the ice dangerously. The unpredictability of stormwater facilities makes them treacherously unsafe for all winter activities, even walking. So think twice. Don't go on the ice. A safety message from EPCOR.
I'm Rick Showers from No Bull RV, along with two very special granddaughters wishing you a Merry Christmas.
I'm Saxon. I'm Goldie.
There's something beautiful about the holidays, the warm feeling of being with family. It's why we love camping so much.
Camping with Papa is why I love to visit Canada. Best part of camping is Goldie Cake.
That's right, Goldie. The great outdoors is a lot of fun, just like your famous Goldie cakes. And while we don't get to go camping much this time of year, it's fun to enjoy our time together, even if we're stuck inside most of the time. We have to cherish these moments because before you know it, you'll be teenagers.
Well, I'm going to be a teenager soon. You just wait.
Not if I can help it.
My Papa is really old. Maybe like 35.
Happy Christmas from Saxon, Goldie, and all of us in the No Bull family. And to all a good night.
And that's No Bull.
NobleRV.ca. Diablo Boots in Canada West, the two best names in work, biker, and western boots. Diablo has been selling quality Canadian boots for over 60 years, from size 6E to 15EE. Why buy boots made in China like Ariat, Redwing, and Dakota, when Diablo Boots has the best quality for less? Made in Winnipeg. Plus, all of Diablo Boots have replaceable soles and heels for longer life. So save on boots by Save on Foods. That's Diablo Boots, 3340 Gateway Boulevard, on the east side of Save on Foods.
Been there? Scrap that. Metal Neck Salvage.
With public scrapyard locations in Camrose and Drayton Valley, they'll even come to you. Metal Necks has the trailers and equipment to haul anything away, and not just the good stuff. They'll take it all and pay you more. Their crew also tackles farm, oil field, and industrial site cleanups. Book now for winter. Plus, demolition and roll-off bin services. Details at metalnecks.ca and on Facebook.
Taking care of their customers one piece at a time. Metal Neck Salvage.
Portions of this hour are brought to you by Crystal Glass, your clear choice for residential windows, locally manufactured and installed. Crystal Glass provides a beautiful and incredible customer services for all your residential needs. Call 310 Glass and visit crystalglass.ca for a quote.
Sports Radio is back. The Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Welcome back. It's the final segment here of the Best of the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440. Also, Oilers Nation Facebook and YouTube. Also on X. And if you're watching on Instagram, it'll be the Sports 1440 channel. Make sure you go give us a follow on all of those platforms. We're going to wrap it up here with our final part of the interview we had with Tre Ford as Jason Gregor, and he had the conversation talking all things football. Let's get to that right now.
We talked about a lot of things, and Dennis checks in. Hey, guys, Tre Ford's taught me more about the QB position than any TV panel. Mr. Ford has a future in broadcasting when he's done playing from Dennis. So and it was true. Like you explain it where, because there's lots of people who like football, but don't really understand. Like when someone says cover 10, a lot of people, myself included, I'm like, I know what cover 2 is enough, but what the hell is cover 10? But then you explain it. I was like, thank God I don't have to ask the question. But it explains exactly, and people can picture it. All right, safety over the back. Everybody else is man to man. cover 10. Now anybody out there, you'll be like, oh, I think they're in cover 10. And you feel better as a fan when you watch the game because you kind of know what to look for a little bit. So it's very good that you can explain it to the layman like myself and everybody else so we understand it. So I appreciate that. Kind of looking at your time here, and people joked on the station that, you're so pro Tre Ford, and I'll blatantly admit it. I'm like, yeah, I'm pro guys who are good. And I saw lots of potential, and all of your stats, the Winnipeg game was a learning curve for sure. What was it about the Bombers defense that was so challenging? Because every other game before and every other game after, really good numbers. What was it that the Bombers did that was a good learning experience for you?
Yeah, so I think for starters, you have to give a big shout out to Winnipeg's defense. They've done a great job shutting down a variety of quarterbacks around the league, right? And, I think we just had a tough situation when we played them because, we like to really, establish our run game, and we identify ourselves as a run team, right? And so a lot of our first downs are run plays. And if the run play works, great. But the issue is if it doesn't work, then you're stuck in 2nd and 9, 10, 11, whatever it is, right? And then they would do a lot of 30 fronts, so 3 down linemen, and then drop 9 guys. And so you can only send 5 receivers on routes, right? So now you're outnumbered to the field, right? You got your 3 receivers, they got 5 DBs. You go to the boundary, you got 2 receivers, they got 4 DBs, right? So there's not going to be a lot of people open. And then even those linebackers who are dropping in those zones are still able to rally and get down the field if you do run as a quarterback, right? Which I'm capable of doing, but they can come downhill and make the tackle. And they also have a phenomenal D-line, so they can get pressure with 3 guys, right? So if you look at a lot of the times where we were throwing the ball, it was 2nd and long, and they were playing really good defense. If it's 2nd and 9, they'll give up a 5-yard hitch or hook, whatever you want to call it, right? Yeah. And then just rally and make a tackle, but then either way you're still punting, right? But then we game planned to have a lot of double moves to try to get them down the field, but then those double moves that you're breaking at 14, then at 20 is like it's taking a long time. And now there's a little bit of pressure, and it's it was a tough situation. I feel like I wish we could have maybe ran the ball a little bit more on 2nd and long. Not saying that it would have got us more first downs, but it would have made us less predictable when we throw more on first down, right? And just get out of our habits, because they were ready for what we were doing. And I think that's part of the reason why they finished number 1 in the West. They came back from, I think, 0-4, 0-5 starts. So they're a good football team.
Oh, no, they're very good. And you know what? The quarterback position, we've seen like in college football, especially in the U.S., very few guys call their own plays, right? Quarterbacks used to have a lot more say in what they'd call. And I've talked to some OCs, and they want their quarterback to have that. Mike Riley talked about it. He was maybe one of the last guys who really liked, having a say in calling some of his plays. Clearly you have a mind for the game. How important is that? Or to maybe at least have, the trust with your OC that sometimes it's like, okay, what's called isn't the right play. I'm going to audible out into something else. Does that happen in year 3 or 4? Can it happen earlier? And how important is it? Like, do you feel the quarterback still sees the game different than somebody else just because you're in the game?
Yeah, for sure. It's super easy, to be that guy that goes and looks at the iPad and goes, you should have thrown the ball here. Like, it's super easy, right? And I feel like as a coach, like, you have to be able to coach them how to get to that. But yeah, like, I think it's just something that comes with more experience, right? Like McLeod, he's probably did it like 4 or 5 times throughout the year. He changed his own play, but yeah, usually the OC calls the play and you kind of just roll with it, right? And just with the situation that I was in, right? I'm not sure if I'm going to be started. Like, I'd go in sometimes weeks not knowing if I'm going to start or if I'm going to start, right? And so I didn't want to go out there and risk being wrong and changing the play, and then get in trouble or whatever it is, and then lose my starting job. So I would always just roll with the play that we had called. I do see myself in the future and at some point being able to make those calls and, identifying cover 2 and getting to a cover 2 beater, right? Or, seeing whatever defense, seeing a cover 10 press man defense and being able to take a vertical shot, right? So I think it's going to be over time and experience and trust in getting to that state. And I think, again, that's why Tom Brady had so much success, right? Like, he was able to do that. He would change the play at the line, no problem, right? And I think, we've gotten away from that, but I think quarterbacks do need to get back to that because they do see the game from a different view.
Yeah, there's things that you just can't see from the sideline that you're going to see from directly behind. And that's why even now when we watch the game on TV, most of the camera angles come from the side. They don't come from behind. And from behind is just a completely different viewpoint. You see it a few times now, the NFL and even some college, a few CFL games where they have the camera above, right? So it gives you a better sense of actually what the quarterback is seeing from their vantage point, not the vantage point 90-degree angle. It's got to be different, right? Even when you watch film and you're watching the camera angle from that side, is it easily to decipher how different it looks for you?
Oh yeah, for sure. When you're watching that side angle, say you have a cutter concept, like a clear out and a post coming in, and he does have some separation from the linebacker, some depth, right? But then you go to the end zone view, which is the quarterback view, and you're looking at it and it looks cloudy. It looks like that guy, has leverage on the post coming inside, and it looks like he's taken away. But then from the sideline view, it looks like he's wide open, right? So it's that's where you kind of have to, get the reps and develop that trust with the receiver and put it to a spot, because technically the throw doesn't look open, but you got to throw them open to the spot, right? And that again just comes with reps.
Well, to me, that would be the hardest thing, is trusting that the guy's going to get to the spot where you throw it as a quarterback.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's the, one of the benefits of being a quarterback, and, one of the cons, right?
Yeah.
You have to rely on other people to do your job well, but, it can also make you look really good, right? But so you get all the credit, but you get all the blame too. So it kind of comes with the position. So you just got to embrace it all.
Tre Ford joins us now. Tre, early in the year, there was a rumor, and, it came out that, because they were 0-7 and you hadn't beaten any of the games. And there was a story that, they asked him to run a set of plays, and you said no. And I remember, I'm like, that just seemed odd to me. So did that actually occur?
I was asked to do a package, and the only question I asked was, does it involve passing? And I was told yes. And then I said, yeah, I'll do the package. And I came in the next day, and the media said I said no to the package and everything, and there was no package. So I was a little bit confused, because I did say I would do the package, but it's just how it goes. I didn't say no to playing special teams my first year. I played special teams, and that wasn't even to do with quarterback or carrying the ball, right?
Yeah.
So, I did say yes to the package, but I'm not going to get into he said, she said.
Yeah, we have lots of fans who are worried. A lot of texts coming in at 833-401-1440, and many of them obviously want you to come back. The Elks own your exclusive negotiating rights up until free agency, but we don't know who the not the quarterback. We don't know who the GM is. We don't know who that coach is. Are you kind of in a wait and see mode as well for yourself? In your exit interviews with Rick Lawlessure and G. Roy Simon, has there been any conversation at all about the future of Tre Ford in Edmonton?
I haven't actually heard anything about an extension. My agents said they've talked to him a little bit, but I haven't actually seen anything concrete or heard anything concrete. So still waiting in that aspect, and just talking to some teammates. A lot of them feel like I should go to free agency and just test it out and see how it goes. I'm undecided on exactly what I'm going to do. I don't really know yet. I'm sure. I hope there's more information, in the next couple weeks or whatever.
Yeah, obviously once it's announced who the GM is, I'm assuming that would speed up the process either way, right? Is that fair?
Yeah, for sure. I think that's a big piece for it. I think you need a president, right, to come in and get the GM and get the head coach, whether we keep who we have or if we get new coaches and a GM. But I think either way, you need one of those to happen in order to move forward with extending people and seeing where the future of the Elks go.
Do you feel if G. Roy Simon and Jarius Jackson came back that they have the belief in you to be the starting quarterback for the Edmonton Elks?
That's a great question. It's, really not mine to answer. I don't know if they feel like I am that starting quarterback or if they feel like I'm not, right? It's a question for them. I don't want to speak for them. So
you feel that you're a CFL starting quarterback. All the numbers back it up. Anybody who listens to the show knows where I feel on the standpoint of that. When we look at Tre Ford's young career and the evolution, like most rookies, your first year, you threw a lot of picks. It happens. But your touchdown to interception ratio has improved, and it's basically identical the last two seasons. It was 12-6 and 10-5. But your quarterback rating, your completion yards per completion is up. Your completion percentage is up. Where do you feel you improved the most as a quarterback this year?
I think it was mostly just, like people say, throwing from the pocket. I think it was not even that I couldn't throw from the pocket before. It's just being more comfortable in the offense and, eliminating pre-snap reads and finding who's going to be open sooner, right? Versus trying to sit back and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now I can go 2, 3, 4, right? And eliminate some things, right? So it makes you more efficient back there as a quarterback, knowing certain routes are going to be dead and just to play these ones and read it out. And it makes it easier in the quarterback position. And, you know, I mean, I might be biased, but I'm a firm believer in making plays as simple and easy as possible for the quarterback because it's the hardest position to play, right? So the easier it can be on the quarterback, I think the better it is for the offense.
I noticed in your last few starts, you know, the little touch pass, the little floater we saw to Leak that sprung him. I saw an evolution in a lot of your throws. Where do you feel like everybody has a certain favorite throw? Do you have one? If you're just like, when I line up and if they call this one, they're like, oh, yeah, we're hitting this one all day long. Do you have a few that are your favorites?
The boys will be back for your post-game coverage. Have a fantastic New Year's Eve, everyone. Be safe. Enjoy the day off tomorrow. We'll be back on Thursday for live sports talk throughout the entirety of the day. But before we wrap up, here's one final Sports 1440 update brought to you by Lakesea Heating and Cooling, home of no payments, no interest for 1 year on your furnace. Stay warm all winter at lakeseaheating.ca. Here's Kate the Great.
The Sports 1440 update.
Lots of sports to close out 2024. First off, it's game day as the Edmonton Oilers host the Utah Hockey Club. Puck drop is at 7 p.m. and the Blues are currently up 5-1 over the Blackhawks in the Winter Classic. And later tonight, Hurricanes face the Blue Jackets, the Preds face the Wild, and the Flames visit the Canucks. In the 2025 World Junior Championship, it's a New Year's Eve matchup between Canada and the USA. Puck drop coming up in a few minutes here. Score from earlier today in the World Juniors today, Switzerland beats Kazakhstan 3-1. Finland takes a 3-0 win over Latvia, and Sweden tops Czechia 4-1. In the association, the Raptors lose a tough one to the Celtics, and the Bucks beat the Pacers. Later on the hardwood, Clippers face the Spurs, Lakers host the Cavaliers, and in the nightcap, the Grizzlies take on the Suns. That's going to do it for us here on the Jason Gregor Show. We wish you a very happy new year. Coming up next, it's the Sports 1440 pregame show with Andrew Walker and Donovan Paulson. I'm Kate Gullickson, and that's your Sports 1440 update.
Delicious news. The McDonald's meals you love are now $9.99 every day. Grab your faves like the Big Mac, 6-piece McNugget, McChicken, or Filet-O-Fish with medium fries and a medium fountain drink for $9.99 each plus tax. At participating McDonald's restaurants in Edmonton, Alberta, and the surrounding area, prices exclude delivery.
Diablo Boots in Canada West, the two best names in work, biker, and western boots. Diablo has been selling quality Canadian boots for over 60 years, from size 6E to 15EE. Why buy boots made in China like Ariat, Red Wing, and Dakota, when Diablo Boots has the best quality for less? Made in Winnipeg. Plus, all of Diablo Boots have replaceable soles and heels for longer life. So save on boots by Save on Foods. That's Diablo Boots, 3340 Gateway Boulevard on the east side